Good morning and welcome to this round 4 encounter from the Bethesda playing field. This morning I have with me match referee Bertel Baltimore and captains Theo Edwards and Padre Nelson from Windwards and Jamaica. We're going to have the toss. Heads is the call. Heads it is. Padre, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we're gonna bat first.
Why are you choosing to bat first?
As you can see, the wicket is a batting wicket, a flat track, 300 wicket. So we're just gonna try and make as much runs as possible, and hope to defend it later on.
Any news on your team?
Nah, not really. Just one change is Jade Moore out and Fleming's in.
I hope you have a good game.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Theo, lost the toss again. What would you have done?
Well, I think we would have done the same. For the last 3 games, the pitch has been very good for batting, but also it doesn't really change as much, so I don't think it's going to be a problem batting in the second half. So don't have a problem with the end result of the toss.
You guys really need a victory. What are you going to do different today?
Well, I think we're just going to stick to our plans longer. Stick to the basics and not to try anything different.
And your team news?
2 changes. Casado Henry out, Dewin Lewis in, and Aravinda Bishop out, and but who in, boy? Nathaniel Joseph. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Have a good game.
Yeah, thank you.
And you've seen the toss. The Jamaicans winning the toss this morning, and they elected his last innings here on Earth, and that he has passed away. And we say condolences to his family and to the people of Barbados as they go through this period of mourning at the passing of a great legend. This morning, the Windward Islands, they're playing against the Jamaica team. The Jamaicans would remember that the last time they were here, they had a double century opening partnership that they were able to overhaul the Guyanese runs without the loss of any wicket. And they'd be hoping that a similar situation exists. This morning, the captain in Padre Nelson, he was very unhappy when he won that toss and immediately elected to bat. He says it was a flat track. He felt that it played well the last time once again. We're just waiting for the start. Venner is standing there looking to open the ball in, as we've seen all season for the Windward Islands. And the Jamaican openers are already out in the middle. And very soon we're going to have the opening delivery as we're about to get started. Alongside me today is Vernon Springer. Vernon Springer, good morning to you, Vernon. And happy and welcome to Bethesda.
Good morning to you, Denmore. And let me just, on behalf of the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, extend our condolences also to Sir Garfield Sobers' family. And also, I think I can speak along with you, Denmore, on behalf of the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. But we're off and running with Venner's first delivery. 2 bins. It's a wide delivery. Got a little excitement there. Is the Windward Islands.
I think the Windward Islands today would want to have a better showing. They're yet to win a game so far in the outing, but I think they're much more talented than the way that they have played, and they would be hoping for a renewed performance and a better performance in this game today.
When they played against Guyana, they really looked good in some patches.
There's a beautiful shot for 4.
Sweetly timed. Balance and the head position is something that you always look for then more in cricket. The head position of the batsman, and when he got out to the pitch of the ball, it was a half volley, and half volleys have to be put away. Just look at the ease onto that front foot, and when you play a shot like that, you feel very excited.
Yeah, that would really boost his confidence.
Then gets a ball, squared him up completely. It's good comeback delivery from Tyler Venner. Once a good morning to all the folks who are also listening and viewing us via the West Indies YouTube channel. It's the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars 2026 championship, and it's the fourth round action. Windward Islands, Jamaica's just improved from their first game. They really stuck into their own. So good morning to Coach Robert Samuels and Coach Junior Murray. Looking for a single, certainly not on. On my way coming here, then I stopped in Pigots. Yeah, a lot of preparation work went into getting that ground ready. Almost like a lifesaver ground for cricket in Antigua and Barbuda.
It
Can you say
is.
that, Denmark?
Yeah, yes, it is. Whenever there is an issue of finding grounds, the folks at Crickets are always able to come up trumps and to make sure things happen.
Tyler Venner goes past the umpire, squares up.
What I've noticed with
Bins.
Tyler Venner throughout this tournament is when he hits the good length, when he hits the pitch hard, he is difficult to handle. And he has to also figure that out very early that his stock ball is that hard length. When he hits the hard length, that's when. Whenever we see him trying maybe a short delivery or even over pitching, he's always punished.
Again, Bin squared up. And some strange reason, then what? Bin seems to be looking for a short ball. He's tending to go back rather than watch the ball come onto his bat. First over. And the score is 4 without loss here. We're broadcasting live from Bethesda, the home of Gavin Tongue, test player from Antigua and Barbuda for the West Indies, Anthony Martin,
Yes,
and young
ODI
Kelvin
player.
Pittman, the emerging fast bowler. And we expect maybe in the next 18 months, then more. Once he keeps the progress path, he should get into a West Indies team.
Yeah, he's hoping that would be the path. He's a part of the academy setup and the Leeward Islands team and others. So he'll be hoping that he can make very quick progress and that he can be a part of the team. Just to comment on your point earlier about Bins being looking for a short delivery, we've seen that a lot from a lot of these players. They are not minded to look to come on that front foot. They sort of wait on that back foot. And so what you find happen too is that when they get a pitched up delivery, sometimes some of them play a half-hearted drive instead of really being ready for it and coming on that front foot and looking to push out. What we've seen though is that whenever they've been given those short delivery, they play them pretty well. So these players tend to be a lot big-footed players.
And a lot of the tracks then more are not that fast that you can say, the wickets, the balls just seem to be stopping more or less. Really have express space. Even up at the coolest cricket ground where at least a couple of games were played, really didn't get the real true bounce of the tracks. L1 Glasgow is starting today, and he'll be running in now. It's going to be bowling to Tyson Gordon Jr.
The last game that the Windwards played here from that end, he started pretty okay, but then sort of lost his way halfway through his bowling spell and made life a little bit easier for some of the Leeward Islands batters.
Four without loss, Jamaica. Tyson Gordon waits as he gets his first delivery, left armor. Pace there by Glasgow. I think the keeper would be advised then more to take a step up. In round 4, you don't expect anything is going to be coming through that fast to you.
Well, we've seen from that end that there are a couple of deliveries that sort of take off, especially if they hit the seam or hit the right areas. They tend to come through very quickly. So
4 without loss. Saturday morning all around the Caribbean, pretty busy. Comes quietly forward is Tyson Gordon Jr. Good morning to Nehemiah Perry. A lot of the folks who would be viewing, folks in the United States of America, in Canada, United Kingdom, everybody locked in Bermuda, Miami, viewing and really want to see the cricket. Going after a delivery there, sort of lost his shape, but think he'll be all right. He got off the mark, so that would be
Yeah, he
of
did get off the
importance.
map. But this is what I was talking about earlier because he was minded to be staying on that back foot, got a full pitch delivery. I was a little bit late coming onto that front foot, almost came on the front foot half heartedly and didn't execute as well as he might have wanted to.
Score in the meantime goes up to 5. So Tyson Gordon Jr. is on 1. Binns comes in to strike. Both right-handers. And on this fast lightning outfield here at Bethesda, somebody just has to cash in. Think about batting all day. Drive in is Binns for a very positive single up to mid-off. Good dive in stop by the fielder.
Where Benz looks good so far, looks the more confident of the
When
two Jamaican openers.
the
And
ball is pitched up.
yeah, definitely. And he played some really good shots the first time we saw him with that pitched up delivery. Loves to go through the offside, Binns.
5 without loss. Making it 6. First over, 4? That's good. Good awareness there from Tyson Gordon Jr. Thinking about rotation of strike and looking for a single. Six without loss. Elron Glasgow. Left armers. Always good to see left armers. Then more.
We've seen a few.
Daniel Holder from Trinidad and Tobago. He looks a prospect. Back on across and defending.
Saw
Good.
one for the Leeward Islands as well.
So the end of 2. Score is 6 without loss.
Quite over from Elwan Glasgow to start. Over in which he didn't seem to be bowling extremely at extreme pace. He was more concentrating on probably trying to get his lines together. And so we didn't really see any delivery that looked really fast paced.
Beautiful delivery. Good touchdown there by Tyler Venn. As Denmore says, this young man has got an abundance of talent and can really turn into a great all-rounder once he stays fit. He looks like a natural athlete, Tyler Venner.
He does look like a natural athlete and he operates like a natural athlete. And I believe that if he's worked with over a period of time, he can be a really good all-rounder.
Venner driving loosely. There is Benz. And I think he just the back going then more. The left foot really didn't get out to the left foot was more or less pointing straight down the track rather than getting out to the pitch of the ball. And then me Binns just needs to maybe have a look rather than he wants to break down cover. But just allow the ball to come to him. Back of the length delivery, good length there. Mixing up his pace here is Tyler Venner.
That's what he does well. The ability to really hit those good back of the length deliveries. And when he really hits the pitch hard, gets the results.
From all around the world. Almost like a shocker. 18 years old. Oh, that's a beauty. Squared him up again. Lovely outswinger. And Binns just having a torrid time. It's going to be a good test for Binns here.
Yeah, I know that a month or maybe even in the year there were talks about folks looking forward to his 90th birthday. This was not
just a
to be.
couple of days coming
Couple
up.
of days short, yep.
Here goes Venner to Binns, and Binns is lunging right forward. Wasn't sure. Good lift, good carry. Good Island steer Edwards starting with slip. He's a lone slip feeler. He's got a gully, a backward point, a cover, a sweep on the offside. I think the third man then more, maybe from my vantage point, maybe just
Straight.
needs to go to his left
Yeah,
more
he's almost
behind the
behind
gully.
that gully. Yeah.
These guys got to look to sort their angles out. Pitched up, driving again up to mid off. Can't score. Good cricket all around. Got to take care of the ball. Got to get that throw into the keeper. End of over number 3, mid Nova by Venner. And the latest score here from Bethesda Sports Club is Jamaica. They're batting first here. They're 6 without loss.
He got two good deliveries in a row that beat him. And then when he got the one that was pitched up, that was almost half volley length, because he was looking to stay on that back foot because of the previous deliveries he would have gotten. I thought Binns missed out on what would have been a good opportunity to score, but Venner would be happy with that over.
Yeah, certainly happy. Windward Islands just employing the one slip. I think this is a good tactic here so far, Denmark, because normally we see a lot of teams set up. They have 2 slips, and you got to assess the conditions, assess the pitches as well. Tegan Barbuda pretty dry. I'd like to see the keeper get a lot closer. Whipped away by Tyson Gordon Jr. into the mid-wicket area. Hits the rope now for 4. Strain on the pads there, just a little bit too straight here from Glasgow, and allowing the big man, Tyson Gordon Jr., to just whip that to the vacant mid-wicket area. Second boundary for Jamaica for the day. And the score in the meantime goes up to 10 without loss.
That's good going by Tyson Gordon Jr. Glasgow strain, and he was quick onto that one.
Glasgow into, that's good length, just outside the line of the off stump there. Drawing him onto the front foot.
Called wide though.
He's in the best position then more, so I won't try to question him. 11 without loss. I know there are some guided lines now. If he was just outside of that area,
Probably.
pretty touch. 11 without loss. Joseph in front of us, chain away. Trying to gear up his partner, Glasgow. A ball.
Joseph was preferred to Glasgow in the first game. He actually opened the bowling and really had a struggle coming up the hill with the wind. Was all over the place and really couldn't get it together, and had probably a game he would want to forget. He was really not into that game at all.
How's the track played then, more? Because you like you live out here. Then
I've been here for all the matches so far. The track has played very well for both batting and bowling. I think that if they, especially with the faster bowlers, if they really put in the effort, they can get something from that northern end where we see Glasgow bowling. That has been for me the better end to bowl in terms of fast bowlers. The other end, the bowlers have struggled with. We've had a strong breeze coming across and coming up the hill with the breeze. A lot of the weaker bowlers have struggled.
Ken, beautiful delivery right into the black hole. Can't keep it out. Because if there's no play, then more the better.
Well, let me check because I saw it there in terms of
Yeah, well they're saying, well I don't know.
it's still in pre-match.
Yeah, don't understand.
Versus Guyana.
So don't know if they may be having some technical issues over there.
Not gone live yet.
Maybe another wide delivery here by Glasgow. Glasgow feels that he is in that area. But with the keeper skittling across in front of first slip, just maybe the umpire might be right.
Certainly, I think though, but I said it since the last game. I would have preferred to see, because Glasgow tends to push the ball towards the offside. I would have preferred to have seen him come from this end, with the breeze coming across, so he can start a couple of those deliveries, maybe on or about the leg stump, and then use the breeze to help him get it across the right-handers. What I find when he's coming from that end, because of the breeze, he tends to overcompensate, so he's sort of pushing the ball too wide.
Glasgow again. Bang on target. 12 without loss. He's really bowled 2 wides in this over and given away a boundary. Ball was whipped away by Tyson Gordon Jr. through the mid-wicket area for 4. Jamaica will be looking to their first target will be to get to 240. That's the big one, as they would say. That'll be your first mission. Coach Robert Samuels would have indicated that. Back and steering it, can't beat the field at backward point. So now he's really running in now Glasgow and really hitting the deck, more or less. No need for him to try to be serving off half volleys. He's got to bowl that back of the length, hard length.
And I asked Dave Joseph the same question, and I'll ask you the question after this delivery spinner.
Glasgow. Pitched up, inside out, over cover, but they've got protection. Sweep on the offside. Maybe on another day, then more, they might have gone for 4. End of over number 4. And the ladies score here 13 without loss. Over to you, Denmo.
Yeah, I was asking the question if at this stage, at the under 19 stage, should we expect the bowlers, maybe even the batters, etc., to be a little bit more up to date in terms of the level of cricket that they're playing? Should we expect somebody like an L1 Glasgow at this stage of the under 19 to almost be the finished product? Should or my expectations are too high? That is the question.
No, I think that's a wonderful observation, Denmo. In fact, this is the next level. And I don't think that we're paying serious enough attention by compensating the coaches this level. We're just preparing for a tournament. Development is not tournament anymore. We need to put systems in place. I'll come back to that then more. Tyler Venner is bounding away. Short delivery and missed out there by Tyson Gordon Jr. The right foot didn't get deep enough, so he could have been able to execute like Luther Kelly and be breaking down backward point. It was there at good height.
Like William Cornwall, breaking down at backward point as well.
Don't want to take him back too wide because you maybe have to go and look at some videos and look at Gordon Greenwich.
I have seen Gordon Greenwich a couple of times live.
Staring at down the backward point. And so
I was small, but I remember.
And so the point where you're talking about then more, we need to have our best coaches this level. I don't care what anybody tell me. So even if it means I applaud Jamaica for having Robert Samuels, but I'm saying that you need to do more than just having Robert Samuels here. So you have to give him the entire tools. He has to have a video analyst. He has to have a physio. He has to have everything. That'd be a shortcut. Feel for caught behind? Nah, I think that was tame. Maybe came off of his shirt there, and umpire Donald Shekels indicating earlier clock. And I've seen some I have to say ignorance then more. I understand a team lost at Liberta and they had them running around the field after the loss.
Yeah.
This can't be happening in West Indies cricket. That should not be allowed to happen. And who are coaching those teams should not be coaching any teams. Again, outside the line of the off stump, gone through.
Yeah, gone are the days when you have punishment for these sorts of things. It sorts of it's a bad look.
But then more, there's a UNICEF child protection course, which almost all of these coaches go to. That's child abuse. I don't care what anybody tell me, and it should not be allowed. It's just crazy.
I agree with you.
Venner. Ken, outside the line of the off stump. You tell me that you have three young guys who are not playing then more. And at lunchtime, you're telling me you want them to go and run 2 laps when they can maybe have some part to do in the game. If you may be doing a skill set then more where they be bowling also, I don't have a problem with that. But to be telling somebody to run around a field then more 2 laps in lunchtime,
it speaks about the updated nature of the coaching that is taking place, and it comes back to your point.
Steered by Gordon down to third man. Go ahead then more.
That we have to stay up to date with the modern techniques and the modern expectations. A lot of these coaches, the things that I'm hearing is almost like the things that they are accustomed to. they would have seen from their coaches before there was availability of all the technology and all the other things. And maybe, I don't know if they don't know any better or they probably think that what the coaches did before was the right thing to do. So what we have to do now is get a mindset change in terms of what are the things that needs to be done, and so on. And these are the things that you don't do. This run around just for running around sake, etc. Because for me, a lot of the time it's a show. It's almost just a show.
Glasgow shortened his run, and he's really now zipping up some more pace here, Denmore. The other thing, Denmore, which I find very attractive and very fascinating, and I'm saying that's why we need our best teachers at this level. If Denmore Roberts is the captain and we got a vice captain, they must be involved in the selection of the team. You can't just hand the team to them. There must be some sort of conversation because you're preparing them for the next level.
I certainly agree with you, and that is why I'm asking the question.
Feel for a leg before, but I think he might have just got slight bat onto that. Signals a leg by. Oh,
And,
some
and
teams are telling me that they just pick the team and give Denmore.
and like I'm saying, that is why I'm asking the question, because at the under 19 stage is where I expect to see a lot of autonomy. When I say autonomy, meaning the captains learning and doing a lot of the things on their own. I'm still seeing coaches setting the field, etc.
Going hard again. Every now and again, Vince sort of loses his shape, looking for power. He's lost his balance. And that comes on then more because the coaches are thinking about the next job. Because they're not compensated well, everybody wants to win. But you can win then more, and the youngsters don't learn anything.
I agree.
You
I
can win, and the
agree.
youngsters don't learn anything.
You remember how we felt when we watched the under 15 bilateral series.
Again, Vince just maybe just needs to allow the ball to come onto him. Just play the ball from right under his eyes. He's looking to. He's a sort of player. He likes to go hard at the ball. And Glasgow is frustrating him here. Lack of pace, so he just needs to wait just a touch longer. Just have just a slight, just hold back, just wait, just allow it to come. Look at the release. Now, Glasgow really putting in that effort then more.
Yeah, he's now really trying to get those deliveries down a lot quicker.
But I know what's happening in Denmark. As a left armer, you want to pitch the ball up because you're looking for swing. And because, as you rightly said,
And that
he's
is why
bowling
I was
from.
suggesting that
Yes.
if he had come from this end, he would not have had to put in so much effort because he would have had the assistance of the wind, and it's a fairly good breeze that blows across this ground, and he would be able to probably even try to see if he could get a couple of those to swing away from the right-handers. But what he's doing, because he's coming down the hill, he has to be. He's probably coming down a lot faster than he wants to, and he's pushing it across to the off stump.
And he's shortened his run too, as well. Big shot. Inside out. It's gone all the way for maximum, the first of the game. That's a
See,
big shot there by Odin Bins.
we've seen that shot a lot played up here, and something that Dave Joseph was commenting on, that a lot of the players, even 'cause we've even seen the tail enders, seem to play that shot very well these days. That up and over extra cover, and he was just wondering out loud if this is as a result of the more exposure to the shorter version, the T20s and other of the game. That a lot of these players seem to practice that shot, that up and over extra cover. We've actually seen balls hit out of the ground over that extra cover region. So it seems to be a shot that these players nowadays play very well.
And that comes down to preparation. Then more, you should look at them in the nets. And you know what they're working on. So that was a perfect execution there from Odin Bins. He's gone to 11. Dyson Gordon Jr. on 7. Here goes Venner. He's bounding away. And he's just turning this into the onside. The square leg fielder comes up. He gets a very easy signal.
I remember saying to him that I felt that that was the default setting on the bowling machine, where the players have that delivery that is coming in their half, where they play through the line of that delivery, and they seem to practice that a lot. So
But you
try,
can mix. You can. There are certain settings on the bowling machine then more where you can mix. So some folks just concentrate on certain aspect. Turn
and that
like
is why I use
running.
the term. That is why I use the term the default setting,
Yeah, yeah.
because they seem to like that one, and they set the machine and
Just to
other
that,
things
just to that
to like
delivery
that
alone.
whole lot. But I was suggesting that they need to utilize the machine a whole lot more, because the machine can do many things.
Many
It
things.
can do spin, it
It
can
can give
do
you an
short
outswinger,
delivery, it can give you
outswinger, in
outswinger,
swinger,
in swinger. So
occasional delivery that you
yep.
even don't know about. Knuckleball, everything. Venna is looking to try to bowl a knuckleball here. Squares up. Tyson Gordon Jr. I'm very much impressed with Venna.
And
Not only in his bowling, but also in his batting too, Denmore.
yeah, he has. He has. I think he had two or three half shot trees in a row in the tournament. Just maybe his last game that he had a failure, but he has been good to watch since the very first day we saw him coming from that northern end, opening the bowling for the Windward Islands. We thought that he was a good player.
Venna goes past and para down the Shekels. Half volley pitched up. One pass mid off for four. Beautiful shot by Tyson Gordon Jr.
But if there was any anything that I would fault him for, is that from time to time he bowls one of those types of deliveries, goes away from what works for him, hitting that hard length, and floats up one to the batters, and they're always seemingly looking for that one. So he needs to recognize where his strength is and try to get 95, if not 100% of his deliveries on his strength area.
And if he's gonna pitch a ball up, it just has to be
Gotta give some more effort.
yeah, not only but it's a little fuller. Maybe just a lack of pace. So make the batsman have to wait for a longer period of time. He's just going to. He doesn't complete his action when he's
No,
trying to.
he just floats it up,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
almost floats it in.
So he just has to mix that.
Because what you
Like
find
to see
happening
my
is that
match ref.
when he's
Sorry,
pitching those up, he you can almost see it from a mile that is coming.
Venner squaring him up again, forcing him onto the back foot. Every now and again, he turns both batsmen around. Binns and Gordon.
And that's when he hits that hard length that's coming back at the right handers. They tend to think that it's an opportunity for them to turn that ball into the square leg region, but it comes onto them a lot quicker than they expect.
It's about the balance then more. Your first movement as an opening batsman is to, if you're a right-hander, you get your foot deep in the crease so that you can maneuver, you can use your wrist. See what he does is he just turns around. He doesn't get that foot, doesn't stay side on long enough. Wide signal here by the umpire. Just going express Tyler Venner. 29 without loss. We're to over number 7. Match referee for today is
Donald
Bertil
Sheckle,
Baltimore
and then we have Shekels and Prescott
as the
in the middle
umpires.
today.
Standby umpire as well. Just right in front of us. Tongue the onside again.
Keller Joseph,
Yeah. She's come such a long way then more.
certainly.
Really. I could remember the first time that umpired in I think it might have been a Leeward Islands game up at the stadium. St. Martin, might have been St. Martin against Antigua then more. And everybody came after and was trying to explain, to tell me I must not bring back Kello and XYZ. I said somebody has to start somewhere. A little disappointed in some of the folks from Antigua, some of the comments that they were talking about. But in those days, then more, that was maybe about 2018, then more, 2017, 2018, right here in Antigua and Barbuda, under 15 tournament. But we were trying to get female umpires involved in the game, Melissa Lowry and company. And look at Keller today. I remember encouraging her and said to her, don't worry about anything. Just keep going. Come a long way.
And that's what has to happen is that people are always going to have their own opinions, but you don't let people's opinion become your reality. So what you do is that you work through, you know what your goal is, and you just make it happen.
Nathaniel Joseph Denmore, who you did indicate to me, started based on the matches
Yeah,
before.
the very first game he was the opening bowler for the Windward Islands, and they brought, like I said, they brought him from this end, not the end that he's coming from. He started from this end and really struggled up that hill with the breeze blowing across him. So let's see what he does coming down the hill this time.
7 overs bowled. The start of the 8th over, Nathaniel Joseph bungs away, goes past the umpire Prescott, and he hits the deck very hard.
Yeah, he bowls a heavy delivery.
Tyson Gordon maybe just seemed to be surprised by the pace. Gordon is that right foot toe is pointing to cover. He needs to stay side on. He has to stay side on to the delivery. Don't let the bowler turn you around so he can square you up. One slip, lone slip. That's been the pattern for the day. Short delivery that had some pace on it. Umpire said wide. Can I get my technician guy to show me that again, Denmore? So I thought they had good pace and carry.
Had good pace and carry, but maybe he was outside of that guideline.
Not to me, Denmore. I don't think those guys are working with me, but if they can, I would love to see that again because I really thought that that was an effort ball and it just climbed past the batsman, Joseph. Down the onside, but it would just brush his pad in the process.
And there was a little bit of a sound, but not taken by Jonathan Daniel, that going to his left. So we would never know whether that one touched pad or maybe a little bit of bat on the way through. One of the things that we've had a little bit of an issue with, though, is the consistency of the umpiring. I would love for the umpires to be a lot more consistent in these games.
Again, that hard length and Gordon trying to come consistently forward. And it sends a sort of kind of wrong message then more because the young fast bowlers are somewhat more or less confused. That ball that the young man bowled that was called wide then more, the batsman dropped his arm and it came across there. When you look back and the umpire says wide to you, then you're confused.
We saw some in the Leewards versus Windward Islands match.
There goes Joseph. Again.
Where the umpires called it wide, and literally wicketkeeper Tanner Francis just took it straight on, didn't move. So we were wondering out loud if he was keeping wide or whether or not, the umpires are a little bit too harsh on some of these because, you know why you would see a keeper take a step to his right or left or skip. But the balls were coming straight through to Tanner Francis. He wasn't moving, just taking them. And then you saw the umpires extending their arms.
Joseph really charging in. It's that one in the air. Who wants it? Who wants it? Who wants it? No, I think he's going to be in trouble. Yeah, just how he was pedaling back away from the ball. He was just never in a relaxed position. Joseph is disappointed. He thought the fielder didn't make a bigger effort.
The Elwan, that looks to be Elwan Glasgow out there at that mid-on position. Really didn't look confident at all. Didn't judge it well. And I think it's going to be important that the Windward Islands take their pitches today. They can't let these opening batters or any of the Jamaicans off the hook.
Yeah, something that they were guilty in their first game when I saw them at Coolidge. Again, back of the length. Can't score. So the end of over number 8, at the end of over number 8, the latest score here at Bethesda Sports Complex, 32 without loss.
When last we heard from Liberta, Guyana on the 19s, they're batting first against the Leeward Islands. They were 21 for 1 in the opening. Kush Sigabin, the man that was out, caught wicketkeeper Francis off the bowling of Matthew Miller for 7. Captain Ram was not out on 10 when last we heard from that game. And we have a double female. We were talking about female umpires, double female umpires on that game in Ayana Holder of Barbados and Metsa Laurie of Antigua.
There's been an emergence, an upsurge, then more of umpires coming out of Antigua and Barbuda. We can't say the same across the rest of the leewards, be it in Nevis, St. Kitts, Montserrat, USVI, PVI. I think that's something that we seriously have to address. We can't fix the game then more if we don't have umpires. Fontaine comes into strike, so there's no slip now. And he's out to tend to bowl very brisk medium. Can I say that then more?
Yes.
He's on the money, but he's somebody who will come and bowl straight.
And that is one of the things that he has done for the Windward Islands so far, especially in some of the games where the teams had gotten away from the Windward Islands in terms of having a very good power play, scoring a lot of runs. He has come on and sort of brought things back in check. Something that I would want to see him do though is really come to the party with his batting.
Yeah, that's what he's been known for from the Commonwealth of Dominica. It's also remind you, he has that laboring look like a Ulysses Lawrence. And if you're not careful, he can just slip a quicker one under you there. The variations of the pace is what I think will frustrate most young opening batsmen because they'll be seeing somebody running off and feel that, we're going to get a quick delivery. Can get out foxed as well. Fontaine, number 11. It's part of the West Indies under 19 setup as well. Raven took cover for 4. He enjoys that bin.
That's the shot that Binns is looking for and that he has looked for all morning. We saw 2 from Venner and now 1 from Fontaine being pitched up to Binns, and they've gone in a similar direction. He's driven very well through that offside between that extra cover and mid-off position. That's really good to see him driving so well and so straight.
Yeah, when he's balanced. When he's not balanced, is where the problem is when he's tending to look for power. Fontaine into Binns down the onside. Umpire Donald Shekels gets his hands out. And Jonathan Daniel, the wicketkeeper, doesn't skip. He sorts of, I don't even, almost like just jog across, like to see him skip, shuttle, move across. He should just practice that. He just goes back into his stance. Maybe needs to stay down a lot longer. 37 without loss. Big stop. Real good cricket all around. Straight drive. And he got the hand out there. Fontaine.
Yeah, had he not stopped that, that would certainly have been a boundary.
Might have stopped 4.
Saved runs there.
Certainly.
Well, now that the Windward Islands, they have Junior Murray, we had a talk with him the last game that they were here. Spent a couple of overs with us here in commentary. Maybe there will be an opportunity to get some work with the wicket keeper.
Another wide delivery down the onside. But I think the work will have to start then more in the respective territories, and not generally in a camp setting. So maybe Junior, with only 4 countries or 3 countries, could move around and have a wicket keeping camp more or less. 38 without loss. Fontaine driving again out to the sweeper. When we get a single, misfield, and it's gone for 4.
You can't have that. You really want to support your bowlers, especially when you're really trying to keep these openers in check. You want your fielders to be backing you up, and that wasn't a good effort at all.
Yeah, we gotta know, pick up who that fielder was. That's a real lapse in concentration. You gotta do the basics right. Get down, keep your eyes on the ball. Comfortable position. Number 6, then more.
Yeah, that looks to be Joseph. Kevin Joseph.
.42 without loss. Fontaine bounding away. Oh, that's a good delivery. Really good touchdown. So the end of Binns is 19 and Tyson Gordon Jr. is on 16. Odain Binns is on 19 from 27 deliveries each. 9 overs bowled.
Yeah, the Windward Islands would be hoping that they can really have a good day in the field. This is a lot better than the first innings where we saw them against the Barbadians, because in the first 10 overs, the Barbadians score 104 runs in the first 10 overs, and they were all over the Windward Islands. Today, it's not as bad, even though they're not helping themselves with some of the misfields.
Joseph charging in. He's got his tail on his back here. And straight away on the money, as you would say. It's ball into Tyson Gordon Jr.
I like the fact that he's regrouped from the very first game, because I know that he didn't play in the last game. He was dropped after that first game performance, but looks a lot better coming from that end and hitting the pitch very hard.
He's back and cracks that pass point down to the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot. Got on top of it. It was short. And he dispatched that. Tyson Gordon Jr. He will enjoy that for a very long time. The 6th boundary of the Jamaican innings so far this morning. Outside of those cover drives, this is what West Indians like to see.
Yeah, he's been sitting there waiting for something like that. And I was just talking about Joseph hitting the pitch hard, and he decided to not just hit the pitch hard, he sunk his hand into it to come up with a short ball, but it was wayward and given the treatment.
46 without loss. Ooh, that kept low. Maybe might have hit him in the area that he maybe doesn't want to be hit. But for sure, I know he has a cup in.
Very good comeback delivery from Joseph. Hitting the pitch, not as short as the one before, but with a little bit more pace and keeping Gordon Jr. honest.
Yeah, a little zip as well, too, in that delivery. Not for 7. This is his second over. Just needs to get that one up right. Come past the keeper. 50 up for the Windward Islands. Leg buys signal. So the 50 up for Jamaica in 9 point. Yeah, 50 up partnership of 58 deliveries, Jamaica.
Yep, 58 deliveries for the 50. And another good opening partnership for the Jamaicans. I mentioned that the last time I saw them here, the opening partnership was in excess of 200. They were able to overhaul the Guyanese total without losing any wickets.
Yeah, 9.4 overs. That's good comeback. Beautiful delivery. You can see that effort. Now, every now and again, Denmore, he gets his strike pattern consistently. He got it right there. There were no shuttles, but it's something that he has to work
And
on.
when he gets his rhythm right, you can see he bowls with a very decent pace.
Most of these young fast bowlers need a sprint coach working with them, Denmore. So you can be able to sort out your strike pattern consistently. How you walk is how you run. You got to remember that. See, just there, Denmore, that little stutter, as if he's not sure, looking down at the crease. Hesitation between Binns and Gordon. But they're still there. And the most important thing is that at the end of 10 overs, Jamaica are 50 without loss.
I think though that Nathaniel Joseph needs to recognize that, like that last delivery, if you miss your run, stop, go back, and look to get it right. He got away with it on that occasion, but you could clearly see a couple of strides before he went into his delivery stride. He was shuffling his feet, almost stuttering, and I felt at that point he would have known that the rhythm was not correct, and he would, for me, he would be advised to stop at that time and probably look to try and get it right so that he can really be effective.
Well, Denmore, who has been the mayor of Bethesda for this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 championship, says that he's been very much impressed with Windward Islands bowling today. So for them to restrict Jamaica to 50 without loss, kudos to them.
Yeah, I think it's a better opening bowling performance by the Windward Islands today. Venner bowled a lot better. I'm happy that Joseph was able to come in and not be as ragged as he was in the very first game.
That spin here now. Aidan Burton turns the ball. Saw him up at the coolest cricket ground once he bowls the ball into the surface. They need somebody to turn up for them today. Short ball. Oh, he missed out again. Binns looking for power.
Yeah,
Lost his shape there.
they're trying to rush into that one. seen Aiden Burton, I think that the few matches I've seen him here, he's bowled better coming from the other end.
Bang on target.
Was very vocal in that game, Leeward Islands lower order players.
Wide delivery, stay down to third man. Won't go for 4. It does. Just saved in before the rope, so they pick up 2
Yeah,
runs.
he just seemed to have looked as if it was going to run into the boundary.
And it just held up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
slowed up as it was approaching that boundary location.
Bends to 21. Score goes up to 52 without loss. It's changed now. Over to around. And gives Bins enough room to just slap it out to the sweeper on the offside.
Like I said, when I see him bowling from the other end, he is.
No, this is poor cricket then more.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah, but the keeper, the wicket keeper, still has to go for the ball, even though you still have to tidy up. Doesn't matter if the throw is not good, you still got to clean up. It's okay. Fielders are allowed to make mistakes. 2 runs in the process. I think somebody missed it. There was wasn't it 2 runs there, Denmore? Didn't they not come back?
They did for the overthrow.
Yeah, but somebody's got 1, but I sure they did come back for the second run.
They did.
So the scorers maybe need to get that. There's a miss there. There was on the overthrow.
All the scores have something different. The manual scoreboard is saying 53. Our scoreboard is saying 54. I'll tell you what it's saying online, so which is should be the official scorecard.
I think it would have happened then more that there was an overthrow and they came back for 2. So the score really should be 55 based on that single. I mean, that's my knowledge.
But that's what the official scoreboard has it as 55.
Yeah, so we maybe just need to sort that out.
They'll sort it out in a very short while.
So more spin. T. Edwards.
It looks as if it's going to be Cody Fontenelle who is going to come from that far end.
Jamaicans look very relaxed. Good start. Good team start. Fontenelle. He will look to start now to bowl to Tyson Gordon Jr. Flighted. He should have done a lot better with that. That's a full toss. He got to punch that down the ground. Lazy. Even in his approach going to the ball. Hungs on that.
Certainly allowed a poor delivery to the bowler to get away with a poor delivery.
Right on the money. Straight away. Tyson Gordon Jr. He likes space. Likes the ball coming to him quick enough. So this is going to be a real test for him. Yeah, he's got to do a lot better with that. He's got to punch that down the ground. Really open up those hits then more. That mid-on is very close.
That's one of the things that we can say I saw different when I saw the Barbadian and the Leeward Islands batters. Those poor deliveries, they would have been put away.
Flighted delivery. Again, easy into that. One of the things that the young batters have to do then more is to find the gaps. A lot of times they don't find the gaps. You got to find the gaps. You got to know where the gaps are. Coming up to the first power play. See, he lost his shape there because he's looking for power. Just look to find the gap. That's a full toss. Just find the gap. There's a gap right in front of you, right out to the sweeper, and you get a run. 55 without loss. Should be 55 without loss and not 54. T. Edwards just looking to make a change here. Watil? Fonteville, short ball. Second maiden of the day, Denmore. And at the end of 12, um, score really should be 55 without loss.
I think Fontenelle was allowed to get away in that over. Saw some poor cricket on the part of the Jamaican batters. At least two deliveries. The first one, that was a full toss which should have been put away. And maybe the third or so delivery as well was a misdirected delivery that the bowler got away with. But Fontenelle will take that maiden any day. So at the end of the first period of play, not quite an hour, maybe the first 50 minutes, 55 without loss.
Yeah, so we'll take a Dasani water break then more. And when we come back, we'll continue with coverage here from the Bethesda Sports Club. Even if that was supposed to be his exercises,
Now he was trying to get the attention of the scorers.
that's what I meant. So somebody decided that they were going to keep him getting his arms going. So 12 overs have been bowled. Gets a short ball and cracks it, but can't beat the ricochet from the cover fielder. And they got one run in the process.
He's not been on point today in terms of his bowling, Aiden Burton. I'm not sure if he's not feeling this end, but he's not looked as sharp and bowling as well as we've seen him bowl in this tournament. Been a little bit short for me today.
Comes quietly forward.
That's better. Better delivery. Maybe we saw him just before that delivery also just practicing to finish his action, which he did on that occasion and bowled a better delivery.
Finishing also has to do with completing your delivery. That's much better. Now he's really now looking to spin the ball. Got to bowl the ball into the surface. That's going to be key. Score really should be 56 without loss. Forward comes the batter. On the money again. So, lone single out of this over so far. Burton. Short and wide. Cut more or less out to the sweeper. Hesitation. In the end, good cricket all around.
You notice with that last delivery, that one he didn't actually bowl it into the pitch. He was looking to more flight and float that one in. And that one is the one that was played away. When he was completing his action and bowling it into the pitch, he had gotten better results.
Yeah, so 2 runs coming out of that over. At the end of 13. According to my scoreboard, it really should be 57 without loss. Thing about it is that we got a strong breeze blowing here.
We've had one blowing at this ground all tournament.
Yeah. Fonteville started well. Straight away on the money. Driving. They get 2 runs quite easily in the process. Score really should be up to 59 with that too. Fonteville. Pushed again. Can't score. It's got to look to find the gap. The gap is what a lot of these young batsmen have to work on. Get about the power. Come for room. Even the bowlers themselves, then more. They don't like to feel to their own bowling.
Got to be a little bit sharper. That is the thing that I'm saying that we don't see the consistent high quality coming from some of these players. Some things they just take for granted, like feeling to your own bowling. All that's a part of playing really good top notch cricket.
Score forward. Single is on there. A bit of hesitation. That's got to be a single. The non-striker got to be backing up. The wicketkeeper just played right there. You got to be off and running.
All day we've seen
Up and down, up and
the
down.
hesitation between the Jamaican batters.
Short goes back. Can't beat the fielder backward point. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 14 overs, should be 60 without loss. So we're just manding around then more. Looking to think we'll see spin for the rest of maybe the next 10 overs.
Probably. What we've seen is that in the middle overs, the Windward Islands tend to use their spinners, and we haven't seen Kevin Joseph as yet, and he too is going to be expected to bowl probably his full quota.
Button to Tyson Gordon Jr. So Windward is looking to soak some pressure up on Jamaica. Driving again up to mid-off. Hand score.
And I think this is good by the Windward Islands because if they continue to starve the Jamaicans for runs, one of these two batters will feel the need to go and make a mistake.
Not with deliveries like that, Denmore. But he got away with it. And they with aggressive running, they came back for 2 runs quite easily. So in the meantime, goes up to 62.
That happens when you run the first one positively. If a fielder makes a mistake that far out on the boundary, then you're able to rush back for the second run. A lot more positive running it is from the Jamaicans in on that occasion.
And I think the sweeper Denmore really should be more to his left. Yeah, they had some running to do there. So that spinner bowling. So anytime he's wide, it'll be a lot more easy for him. Goes back and across and stands up straight is Benz. My score people.
Theo Edwards seems not to sometimes get his angles correct in terms of his field placement.
Defense right there by the batsman.
That fielder being in that position on the boundary is something we pointed out since the last game. And Dave Joseph, like you, felt that his positioning is absolutely wrong. He's of the opinion that he should be a lot more around, maybe even closer to where the camera stand is located. So a couple of paces to his left.
I think I might have lost the score. What you have on the official then? 63?
Should be. How many did they run in that last one? Two?
What? No, the last ball was a bye, so they got one.
Just one, so
Yeah,
63.
yeah.
Yes, 63 should be the total.
I think they're trying to. Looks as if they're trying to manufacture and get it sorted out.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of a freeze, and we there's not a freeze on the official scoring too. Sometimes the internet connection causes us not to be as live with the scoring as we would really hope. Very close to us, so we have to rely on the technology.
If I can get Bertil to maybe just bring him up to do it, the score really should be 63 without loss. Delivery just outside the line of the off stump. Bertil. Again, swept away. 4-4. Lovely shot here by the young man. So another 67 without loss. This has been the 7th boundary of the process. Gets a shot, delivery goes back and cracks it. And goes past backward point down to the boundary for 4. Has to get your body behind the line of the ball.
That's the kind of thing that happens with Nathaniel Joseph. Sometimes he's a little bit weak in the outfield and lets the pressure off for the Windward Islands. You'd expect him to understand that with a leg spinner and the man backing away and cutting that you're going to get that ball that is going to be spinning away from you to your left. He didn't compensate for that.
71 without loss. 2 boundaries already in this over. On the money, batsman just looking to defend. 16 overs bowled. Into the 16th over. Short, and he looked to tug that down to short mid on. Can't score in
And
the process.
The Windwards have to stay in the game because they already have the Jamaicans not running away with it. 16 overs, only 70 odd runs. That's a good way to have your opponent in a 50 over game. At 15 overs, normal teams would be hoping that they're at 90 or more. And to have them at 70, so you can't have four bits of feeling in the outfield giving away boundaries when you really should not have even been a run. That ball should have been fielded by Joseph. The team ended up getting a boundary when they really should not have scored. So Captain Theo Edwards have to try and make sure that he's hard on some of the fielders, get them up to the standard.
Forward comes the young batsman. Aidan Burton. Just paddle this one around the square leg field. It's gone for four. Another boundary again.
Same feeler, Nathaniel Joseph.
Windward Islands need a spark. They need something spectacular. Got to make something happen. Ooh. Line that he should be thinking about.
Twice in a row, we've seen balls going to Nathaniel Joseph, and he's not necessarily recognizing the spin that the ball is going to do.
Brings the batsman forward. It's just looking to steer that down to the first slip. See Edwards still attacking. Burton gets his line right again. Just on about just that whiff outside the line of the off stump. Driven again. Got to the fielder quicker than expected. So good cricket all around. The end of 17, 75 without loss.
Again, the Windward Islands just a little bit loose in the outfield, giving away some runs to the Jamaicans that they're not earning as much as they should. And they want to stay into this game. They don't want to give away free runs because they want to keep that score within range, something that they can chase down.
Fonteville, Cody. Fonteville continuing. It's going to bowl to Odean Binns. Full toss, not put away. Binns needs to find the gap. He's looking for power. Got to find the gap. There are gaps there. So look to find the gap. Seems quietly forward again. I think this is what builds pressure then more. When you get balls and you don't find the gap, then you go into a defensive frame of mind. But there's so many gaps here. You gotta just look to find them. Again, can't get it away. Just needed to get it to the right of Fontaine. Done that, you would have been able to get 4 runs.
I think the captain has done a good thing in putting the right fielders in the right places.
Almost. Then more. Just a chip there. He's getting frustrated.
And that is what I'm talking about. If you keep the pressure on the Jamaican batters, one of them will feel that they are under stress and will make the mistake.
Almost got a wicket there. Tug down. Full pass. The sharp mid on and down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Fontenelle just rushing into that delivery. Take his time about it, dragged it down, and the ball was hammered away.
But if every over then more you're going to get a boundary, then all you have to do is just wait. There's no need for you to try anything. The Windward Island bowlers are just serving up boundary balls. Gotta take that out of the equation. That's it. That's it. That's the line. Consistency. Over number 18 comes to an end. 79 without loss.
Again, as you said, the Windward Islands bowlers need a little bit more consistency. They have to take their time. What you notice is that when Fontenelle takes his time about his bowling, when he's settled, comes in with a good rhythm, and he bowls well. When he rushes in, he tends to drag the ball down. We saw him doing that in that over, just dragging one down, giving away a boundary, and taking all the pressure off of the batter.
Button continuing from our broadcast in here at the Bethesda Sports Complex. Tyson Gordon Jr. just looking to try to work that into the square leg area. I think the mid-wicket fielder Denmore is just too close, especially on this fast outfield here. Needs to give himself some room.
But I think that is happening because the Windward Islands have yet to get a wicket. They're trying to force a wicket, so they're trying to keep that man at that straightish mid-wicket position a little bit shorter, hoping for an uppish drive.
Forward is Gordon again. The battle of the minds continues here in this game. Jamaica under 19 versus the Windward Islands under 19. Morning to Theo Edwards. Extravagant leave, Denmore.
Yeah.
More extravagant than Courtney Wall.
I'm telling you.
Woo. Push past mid off 4 runs. You gotta get the angle sorted out there more. The fielder short extra cover. He's just too square, so he has to come to his right. Leave that gap open. Give the batsman that opportunity
Well,
so he
but
can be
and he has caught on the boundary already. So he can bring that man, as you say, a little bit more to his right.
have to get the angles. They're not getting the angles sorted out then more. Almost every over there's a boundary. Every over they're just getting boundaries easily. There's no hurry. 83 without loss. 19 bowled.
And the Jamaicans can do that. They can just wait in these middle overs for that boundary delivery. But what they also need to do is to keep the scoreboard ticking over. They have not done a good job in terms of rotating the strike. If you notice, for the last few overs, one bowler has been bowling just to one of the two. Binns has been on strike to Fontenelle and Gordon Jr. to Aiden Burton.
Got a new bowler? Same bowler?
Same bowler, Fontenelle.
Fighted. Ken losing his shape again. Needed to lean into the ball. You gotta look to find the gap. Has to. Gotta work on that. 83 without loss. With over number 20. Ken pushing. Can't find the gap. Slashed it out to the sweeper. Somebody could be in trouble. And they get back. Where's the concentration? Both batsmen ended up in the non-strikers crease. And is it Joseph?
Yeah, it's the same Joseph again.
Nathaniel Joseph not being able to get the ball down.
Wasn't able to get the ball into his hand, so it gave Binns the opportunity to run back to his crease.
Got to be walking in. You got to be in a crouch position. You can't be in a straighter position. Got to be in a crouch position. The way how Nathaniel Joseph feels Denmore is that he just walks. He doesn't look to be crouched, so center of gravity, so he can get low. Turned into the onside, picking up a very easy single. Over comes to an end, and at the end of 2084 without loss.
And I think Theo Edward has to be mindful of where he has his fielders. Put the right fielders in the right positions. The ball seems to be following Joseph wherever they're putting him, but they've been putting him in some key positions. They had him at that backward point position, then they moved him out on that extra cover boundary, then they put him at short extra cover, or deep or extra cover locations where the ball are likely to go very often. What they need to do, if he's not having a good day in terms of the field, hide him. Find a location where the ball has not been going very often, put him there, and bring a better fielder in those positions.
And that's why we're talking about teaching Denmore. Um, Being able to, as fielders, you got to teach them about their angles. They have to know that. So they don't put too much pressure on Edwards. You have to know where you are. Got a new bowler. Number 6,
This is
Denmore.
Kevin Joseph.
Yeah. So more spinners Denmore said.
Yep, he normally the last few times we've seen Kevin Joseph, the first time he bowled all his 10 overs on the trot. Next time I think he bowled 7 on the trot.
Jeez. He's off balance there playing that delivery Denmore.
Yeah, almost ending up in a split.
Yeah, he's just made his mind up that he's gonna come forward. It doesn't matter. Gotta wait and see what the bowler is doing before you just come forward.
For me, Binns doesn't look as if he's a very competent player of spin. He's trying his best.
Out comes the sweep. He's racing away down to the boundary on this fast outfield here. Don't think he will get 4. But he'll get 2 runs. The running was poor there, Denmore. They could have come back for 3.
They just ambled it through
Yeah.
for the 2 runs.
You have to get all the runs that they can. You can't just be liming. Gotta think about everything. Gotta find the gap. Those are deliveries, Denmore. You gotta punch that, break that wrist, and find the gap right there. It's been a fight. It's been a struggle. Sweeping again. Let's see Joseph. Joseph coming around. Wobbles is again. Joseph not keeping his eyes on the ball at all. You have to attack the ball. 87 in the process. Outside the line. Over comes to an end. So at the end of 21, according to my score, Denmore, the score should be 87 without loss.
Yep, 3 runs coming in that over. After the end that over 20, it was 84, so 87 without loss. The Jamaicans, though, would want to start to get a move on. They've taken quite a long time to get to that 100 mark. And even though, yes, they've not lost a wicket, I think that the Windward Islands have done a fairly okay job of keeping these two in check. One of the things that I've said earlier, I'm saying again that the Jamaicans have to find a way to turn the strike over. The bowlers are just literally almost bowling to one bowler at an end, to one batter at an end.
Eased away into the offside for a very comfortable single.
They need to take 5 like that every over, and know that you're going to also get that boundary ball coming from the Windward Islands. But they have to find the gaps.
Score in the meantime goes up to 88 without loss. Clipped away. Make it 89.
That's more like it. Turn the strike over. Even though it's a double right hand combination that's batting, the bowler still has to think because he's bowling to a different right hander, different player every delivery.
Then lazy there. Then more. You just casually gotta step on that. Ball in the air long enough, then more. Gotta find the gap there. Just contented to just block. Slash it hard out to the sweeper again. Joseph wobbles again. Recovers. Score goes up to 90.
That's what happens when you're having a terrible time. The ball tends to follow you.
Stop there.
I think what's good though for the Jamaicans is that they still have all their wickets intact. So even though they're having a slow start, they can have a late order.
Finally, Joseph picks up one.
They can look to have a go at the Windward Islands late on, especially if they have wickets in hand.
22 bowled. 91 without loss.
These two batters for the Jamaicans having probably a little bit of an extended conversation. I think that they're looking at the number of overs that have been bowled and the score currently, and are hoping that they can probably look to get a move on.
Comes quietly forward and just turns this up to the
So
short middle
I wouldn't be
midfielder.
surprised if I see one of these batters look to be a little bit more aggressive.
Back again, punching it up. It's concentration level just then more. It's just lapsing. Everybody just ambling at the ball.
That's Lewis, who we saw with the under 15 level.
If you're in the short middle wicket position, then more, you can't be that straight. You. That's a crouch position. You got to be looking to go to the ball. So you're walking in, walk back.
Again, he can only go where the captain has set him.
Yeah, but I'm saying there, you got to be looking to walk in, and then you come back to your position. So you're looking to be crouch. You got to be low. Look at him, then more. He's straight up, and he just stays there. Now he's crouching, right? So you got to be looking, keep moving. So you're always in the game. Even talk, say something, applaud. So good morning to Tyon Theophile, Devon Smith, forward again. They need something
These are the
spectacular.
little things that players have to learn for themselves about the game. How do I stay in? How do I keep myself motivated, especially when it seems like nothing is happening for my team?
Trouble going down the onside. 93, 10 more at the end of 23.
And you see, again, just being able to bowl almost the entire over to one bowler. We saw there Joseph being able to keep the Jamaicans very quiet. Like I said at the start of the over, the Jamaicans had an extended discussion, much more than just the touch glove that we've seen at this time. Both batters were really talking to each other, looking at the scoreboard and having a chat. They would think that no, having bat almost 25 overs, one of them at least should have been at a half century. So not maybe the type of pace that the Jamaicans would be hoping that they would have been going at this stage.
Forward comes young batsman in bins. Driving again down the ground. Find the gap this time. Picks up an easy single. Score now goes to 94. 94 without loss. Jamaica batting first here at the Bethesda Sports Complex. I'm alongside Denmore Roberts. There's a Cricket West Indies under 19 championship. Spanked fielder from backward point, putting his body on the line there. Fontaine.
And that's what I'm saying. Knowing what fielders to put in what location makes all the difference.
Flipped away on the onside. Out to the square leg fielder. Deep backward square leg fielder. They get 1 run. Score goes up to 95 without loss. Back and tugs this down to the short mid one. But the fielder's right there on the mid wicket area, Denmore. Should have been able to again find the gap there.
Again,
Pass
missing out.
Akers.
Again, missing out. Getting a shot delivery, not putting it away. And that has been the order of the day. That Cody Fontenelle bowling from that northern end has in a way with quite a number of those deliveries.
Forward again. Over number 24 comes to an end, and at the end of it, 95 without loss.
Continues to be a quiet time for the Windward Islands. They would want a better, for the Jamaicans, they would want a better scoring rate. 3.92 at this stage should be a little bit worrying for them. They would want it to be more closer to 5 batting at this stage. But the good thing is that they still have all 10 wickets in hand. So at any point, if they have somebody who is able, if they lose a wicket, they could send somebody in who could really push things on.
Kevin Joseph starts the 25th over. Long time I have not seen a left-hand wicketkeeper. Denmore, Jonathan Daniel. Driven again. Gone past short extra cover the middle fielder was very close and comes in, cuts off that.
I think what was good on that occasion was that that fielder in that short extra cover region was very alert, so he prevented the possibility of a run.
Again, punched out to him, can't score.
That's Fontenelle, who is in that region, and he has been a good fielder throughout the tournament.
95 without loss. Kevin Joseph, a little hop skip as if he's in jumper, flipped away to the short mid wicket fielder.
Lewis.
Into the onside. And the single out to Joseph. Score goes up to 96 without loss.
Windwards wouldn't mind that, just a single. What they don't want to be giving away at this stage are the boundaries. And they've done a good job at that.
He's a leg before. Umpire Donald Shekels not interested. So 25 bowled. Score is 96 without loss.
At 25 overs bowled, the Windward Islands would feel very good about themselves. They've been able to keep the Jamaicans below 100 for the first half of this match. And they would be hoping that they would continue. We're going to see a bowling change, though, at that far end.
It's a good morning to my good friend in Dominica, Trevor Shillingford, Thomas Kentish. Morning, bro.
Looks as if it's the captain himself who is coming on. I haven't seen him bowl.
So the under 25 score is 96 without loss. Binns is on 50, driving up to the mid off, very close.
And this is what happens, that we have Bins on 50, but the manual scoreboard has him on 48, so his half century was not celebrated.
Full toss. Should have hit that away, Denmore. That was in the air for a very long time, Denmore.
And because they've been in that negative frame of mind, they've been just looking to block. When they get those loose deliveries, they can't put them away.
Oh gosh, full toss. That's got to be hit away, Denmore. Straight out to the mid wicket fielder. Needs to get a good cricket bat, Denmore. He's got to find the gap with that full toss.
Needs to get out of the negative frame of mind.
Sweeping nicely. Fielder from deep backward square. Can't get there. 4 runs. 100 up for Jamaica. 101 up for Jamaica.
So belatedly, they are now celebrating Odean Binns 50, but he's actually on to 54 as you look at it with our score. But a well played innings. It's been a patient innings. He's played some good shots, especially when he was driving early. Has not been as effective since the spin has come on. He's slowed him down considerably, but he would be happy with another half century, getting a century the last time he played here.
Mm. 26 overs bowled. The end of 26. Jamaica 102 without loss. Think these two batsmen would like to walk with this wicket anywhere they're going, Denmore?
Certainly, because they've had probably their best opening stands on this pitch. They had a double century the last time they played here as an opening stand, and another 100 partnership in this one. So definitely a pitch that they would really appreciate working with.
The number 27 starts. Kevin Joseph. Not for 6 from history.
He gets a couple of those deliveries to drift away from the right-handers, does Kevin Joseph.
Played into the outside. A little bit of hesitation there, Denmore, and that's because of the intent by the fielder at short extra cover, number
Fontenelle,
17.
that's what I said. Fontenelle has, because he's attacking those balls in that area, it's put doubt in the mind of the Jamaican batters. And his movement in that short extra cover region has really saved maybe 10 runs at this stage for the Windward Islands.
Dropped. Have to take that. The alertness. You have to be alert, Denmore.
This is about the third or fourth catch we've seen in this tournament that the captain has put down at the slip position. I know that he's struggling with a finger injury that he got in the first game,
Yeah, but he's
supposed to take those.
He's too straight up, Denmore. You gotta be flexible. You gotta be ready. If you're at first slip, gotta be ready to catch anything. Those are no excuses. You want to play in the big league, you gotta be able to make sure you take everything, every opportunity. Looking to sweep that. Beautiful over again by Kevin Joseph. Mid-over, Denmore?
Yep. Over in which he should have gotten a wicket. But again, just a little lack of support in the field. His captain there on that occasion, putting down what should have really been a straightforward catch at that first slip position. The ball came to him at a good height, got both hands straight, but just couldn't hold on.
Windward Islands continue to struggle, really struggle.
And I'm sure that the glove that was taken out just now, there was also a message coming from the coach of the Jamaica team to sort of get the scoreboard pushing on a little bit more.
Again, punching away again.
Haven't seen any real change though in the attitude of the Jamaican players since.
Punch down the ground for an easy single. I think they look like they're tired. When you're batting dead more, you're going to be looking to try to get as much runs as possible.
It's a hot day.
Yeah. 103 without loss. Now brings Binns into strike. Tyson Gordon Jr. Forward again.
I can almost feel it for the players because it's really been a scorching hot day. Today the sun has been out probably more than we've ever seen it.
Finally. Finally, Denmore. Joseph takes a catch. So we will have a Dasani water break, and on the break, Denmore, Jamaica lose their first wicket. 103 for 1.
It was coming. You did say that the batters looked a little bit tired. They had lost a lot of their momentum, and there was a message also sent out at the start of the over. I was saying I didn't see any real change, but looking to try and go over the top, the Jamaicans lose their first wicket. We'll take a break from Bethesda.
27 Bins, 103 for one. Damari Hall. First saw Damari Hall a couple of years ago at the under 15 level. High expectation for this young man as well, too. So you get an opportunity today. This is the first time that Denmo is seeing him.
Yes, it's the first time that I'm seeing him because when they played at this venue last, they played against the Guyanese and they were able to overhaul the Guyanese score without loss. So we didn't get an opportunity to see any other of the Jamaica batters. But also, this is an opportunity after a good opening stance for the Jamaican middle order batter, the Jamaican number three, to come in and really look to get a good innings for himself. He has all of 23 overs to bat, so opportunity for him to get some runs. Kevin Joseph is going to continue, still has that slip in place. And Joseph is continue to bowl with a little bit of flight, with a little bit of a misfeel in the outfield, but nothing done because again the Jamaicans were just dragging through for that single. First opportunity, we have a left hand right hand combination. We'll see how what Joseph does. Immediately he's deciding that he's going to go around the wicket to the left handed Hall. Good first delivery up to Hall, getting one to turn there in Joseph, Kevin Joseph. Hall pushing that one, definitely beaten outside the off stump. Forcing him to play this time, but again, can't beat the infield. So the Windward Islands continue to put pressure on these Jamaican batters. They've been very good in keeping the bowling tight. And Kevin Joseph, something we've seen him do for the entire tournament, really been able to come in and pick a line. Pick a good line and length. This one, the batter is trying to force it away, can't beat the infield. So, end of another over. The end of it, the score is on to 104 for one. Vin's getting a half century. He's the only man out so far. This is hit hard over the top and should be a boundary. And it's one bounce into that middle long off boundary for four. Flighted up to the right-handed Gordon Jr. and he went through that one with the bat and hit it over the top of mid-off and picked up 4 runs. Just chipping this one out into that long on region for another single. So the Jamaicans would be very happy with that boundary early in this over.
Almost like a bonjour every over then more. You don't have to do anything.
And I think this is where the Windward Islands have been a little bit found wanting in this tournament is the quality of their bowling throughout. There have been one or two of their bowlers who have really not been up to the mark.
When you come to a tournament of this nature, then more, you want a match winning bowler. You want somebody who you know can pick up 5 wickets. And although the bowlers have looked good, you've not had a match winner. So you can be able to say, hey, it's going to be Edwards, it's going to be Fontaine, it's going to be whoever. And that's what you need.
Yeah, we haven't seen that from the Windward Islands. For me, they've had bits and pieces. Bowlers maybe who can give you 2, 3 overs of good, but nothing consistent. And we haven't really seen, like you said, a wicket taking bowler.
But it's also their fielding has not helped as well then more.
No,
They've dropped a number. There's some real sitters. And at this level, you have to take that over. Completed 30 overs close. But in this context of the game, then more, you have to give them some major credit. They have not done bad at all. 109 for one.
They haven't done badly at all, at least today, in terms of containing the Jamaicans. They haven't allowed the Jamaicans to get off to a flyer. Because you remember when it was 30 overs in their very first encounter, the Barbadians were well in excess of 200 runs and ended up scoring 392 against them. So they've been put to the sword in some of their games. But today, they've done a lot better in terms of containing the batters.
If they only just can pick up some wickets, take some catches, I think they'll be all right. And this next 10 overs is going to be critical then more. If they can minimize down to about 30 runs then more within this next 10 overs with their spin, with a couple of wickets, I think they'll still be in the game.
I think that would be the idea. And the right man is on in Kevin Joseph, who we just saw him get excited there.
Yeah, but the keeper has to
Wicket keeper.
get ball signal by umpire Shekels. So very good decision.
Yeah, because there was
Batsman playing no shot.
There was not any shot.
Ball ricocheted from his pad. But Tyson Gordon seems to have gone to sleep then more. He's going to have to be careful. He's got to look to play the balls. He's not sure. It looks as if he's not reading Kevin Joseph as well.
Not reading. I think what has happened is that Kevin Joseph has been getting some of them to drift. He gets one to drift away from the right-hander. And so Tyson Gordon Jr. has not been reading him. Kevin Joseph is there, and for throughout this tournament, he has been the one bowler, I would think, for the Windward Islands that have been
squeezed away down past backward point. The fielder comes around
above the others.
See what we were talking about then more in terms of the sweeper.
Yeah,
let's get your angle sorted out.
Yep. He gets there and then still doesn't help because he doesn't feel. He just still allow it to beat him into the boundary. But he definitely
has to stay right
needs
there.
to be in that sort of location.
Keeps going. It's still going.
Still going.
Yeah, that's the one that bothers him then more.
Yeah.
Another extravagant leave again.
Yeah, I think he's trying to figure out what is happening there from Kevin Joseph.
They have to take away the boundary balls then more. Every over, the Jamaicans get a boundary ball almost every over. You know for sure that If the Windwards could just take that boundary ball away for a couple of overs consistently, they'll be in this contest.
Definitely, they have to reduce the number of loose deliveries, and I think every over you find that the bowlers just try something. They toss one up, they do something just to try something, and it doesn't work. Instead of just being consistent, just bowl the things that they're not that the Jamaicans are not handling, just bowl them consistently. But almost as if the bowlers too get a little bit bored, seeing a batter just probably play them short, leaving the ball, and then they try something, and usually they give away a boundary.
Everybody egos get into their wear because everybody's also searching for wickets as well. And when you look up on the scoreboard and you see the score as being 114 for 1, and you feel like you're going searching for wickets, as Denmore said.
Again, that short delivery that we're talking about, this time just banging it hard hitting it hard into the ground. So just a single. That man at that straightish wicket just carrying it up into the air, almost goalkeeper like. 1-1. But I think this is where the Jamaicans have to look to capitalize. This is the bowler, the captain, who almost a part-time bowler, is trying to get in some overs.
It's not bowling bad, Denmore.
Because what happened is that in the last game, they had Aravinda Bishop who were bowling these overs. But he's left out today.
Yeah, he did bowl well. He looked a good prospect as well. Full toss, paddled away for 4, another boundary. That's what we're talking about. They're going to take away those boundary balls. There's no need to try anything. If you bowl into a 6-3 field, why would you be bowling along up on the leg side?
But again, this is what I'm saying. I haven't seen Theo Edwards bowl for the tournament. I don't know if he's bowled in the game that they didn't play here. But once he's been at this venue, we haven't seen him bowl. And I think, like I said, this is the opportunity because he's that fifth bowler that they're trying to just steal in some overs. He will bowl a couple of those type of deliveries, the good ones,
But not
but
consistently
not
enough.
consistently. And so what the Jamaicans have to do is not just try to get the scoreboard ticking over, but wait for that bad ball that's going to come.
It's got to bowl wicket to wicket. That's the line, especially to Hall. Let the short extra cover just give himself some room so he can see the ball. He drops it.
Almost as if he wasn't expecting it to
Yep.
come back to him. Again, a little bit too casual in the way that they go about things. End of another over. 119 for 1.
He's got to read the game, Tia Edwards. He's getting tired. He's got an injured hand as well too. So
Jammed that finger coming around in the first game, running around the boundary. We were surprised to see him on the boundary. And he came around, dived for one, and jammed his finger in the ground there and has struggled with it ever since.
Coach John Eugene is now switched and having a conversation with him down on the boundary. Got to take control of the game. Have to take control of the game. Joseph continues. Then more.
Joseph has been the pick of the bowlers, and his first delivery was driven off the back foot for
50 to Gordon.
a run. The manual scoreboard says that Tyson Gordon is on 50, but the official scoreboard says he's on 49.
Very misleading sometimes. Then more, you can't get the flow.
120 for 1. Swan is driven and is out caught in the cover region, and that's it. Just a little bit of flight from Joseph, and he tempted Timario Hall, into that full-blooded drive. Hit it to, looks to be the captain. Is that the captain? who took the catch in that cover region?
I don't think so.
We're just
The
looking.
captain didn't have Theo Edwards
Oh,
is here.
that's actually Lewis.
Lewis, yeah.
Who took that catch. He's favoring his finger after taking that catch. But that's the kind of support that you want from your players when a catch like that comes. You want to take it, and because the Windward Islands have been keeping the pressure in terms of not giving away the runs, the Jamaicans lose a second wicket. 120 for 2.
And the young Joseph who took that catch then more would have been the young man who scored the 100 in the
under 15.
in the under 15 championship, left-hander from Dominica. He's got some real good potential.
Played in the first game here, didn't get any runs though, and was dropped for the next time that we saw them here. I think he was also dropped for the
He didn't
second
play. He,
game.
he didn't play at Coolidge either.
Right, so first time being back in the team since the first round of matches. So it's going to be interesting to see how he operates today, how he goes about his batting. I think the Windwards today, they would have sort of left out one of the spinners to try and strengthen their batting, because the last time against the Leeward Islands, the batting was very dismal. It was very soft dismissals and no real
But even if we look
application.
in the context of the tournament so far, then more a lot of batters have really not dominated. You just got a couple of players that you could look at in some of the squads outside of Barbados, who's got some depth. The other teams in the competition have struggled.
Yeah, they have struggled. One of the teams that has struggled for me, and I was a little bit surprised, has been the Guyanese, because normally they would have some good batters at this youth level, but they're doing fairly okay today against the Leeward Islands. The captain, Pamashwa Ram, is not out on 79 when last we checked that score. Adrian Hetmeyer, somebody I think having a good temperament too. He's there, not out on 34. New batter for the Jamaican is their captain, Padre Nelson. He gets off the mark with his second delivery. First delivery from Kevin Joseph was meeting him outside the off stop. They would be hoping that Captain Nelson is able to build an innings with Tyson Gordon Jr., who we have on 49. So he should now be getting his 50th run. So officially he's on a half century here. Tyson Gordon Jr. So if he gets out now, his actual score would read that he had made a half century when he was celebrated, probably a run or two ago. This is Joseph. Flighted delivery, well played, hit over the top of the off side there by Padre Nelson. Flighted delivery to the Jamaican captain, and he was quick onto that one, hit it deliberately over the top of the mid-off fielder and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, very positive shot there. And I think he's come up with some intent then more. He's going to be positive.
Yeah, and that's what the Jamaicans need at this stage. We've had 33 overs bowled, 126 for 2. They would want to really get a move on, try and push that total on, try to get as big a score as possible. And you have to think that if they get a small score here at Bethesda, it's always an opportunity for the team chasing second to try and overhaul that total. We were just talking about Meshwar Ram, and he got run out for 79 in that match in Liberta.
The biggest sports club, Trinidad and Tobago, more 122 for 5 of 30 overs. So Barbados squeezing the Trinidad and Tobago team in that game. Pasarang has 3 for 25. Rajiv Pasarang from 7. And Rafael Lovell was very much impressed with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, 2 wickets.
Another opportunity for runs here for Jamaicans. Squeezed away. Joseph getting around and tidying up.
I know. As Denmore said, they're 143 for 3. 26 overs.
And another positive shot coming here from the Jamaican.
Something which I've not been able to work out, Denmore, and I know I'm switching a little bit from this, but after this, I'll share my thoughts with you, Denmore.
Tyson Gordon Jr. moves on to 53, the Jamaican opener, and he's been trying to be a little bit more positive. He would probably be happier with the pace on. Beaten outside the line of the off stump by a good delivery from Asino Fontaine, who's coming from the top end. And when we've seen the pace bowlers come from that top end here at Bethesda, they've really looked a lot better.
Maybe the coaching staff needs to listen to you, Denmore. They might have missed a trick.
They need to pay attention to what is taking place. Delivery is driven out into the offside field. They're going to come back for 2. That ball is just striking the batter in Gordon Jr. as he was coming through.
Feelers, Denmore, they're not alert enough. Got to be alert. You got to be aggressive. You got to enjoy feeling. You got to tap the ball. You're waiting. Flat down. See, Denmore?
Yeah, but again, when he got down, they just still didn't pick it up cleanly. Even though he's waited, he's not picked it up cleanly. Rajay Nelson again is looking to be positive.
That even where the feeler is, Denmore, he has to come a little straighter around, and the backward point needs to go more to his right so that the sweeper can become involved there. Is that the captain T. Edwards who doesn't want to put it?
Edwards, but he
doesn't want to put himself in the fiery line.
But that's what I'm saying. He doesn't necessarily want those balls to be coming to him. Flashing and missing.
But if that is the situation, Denmore, then he could maybe feel a short fine leg. Where he's really see that a ball so that you, because that, as you rightly said, Denmore, that's a hot area.
It's a hot area. But I think the problem that he's probably having is that he thinks that being the captain, he has to be in a position where he can have influence on the fielders. But you are correct. Maybe even at that short fine leg position, he would still be within range of his bowlers and would be able to make a difference. 34 overs gone, and so umpire Keller Joseph is just looking to get one of those two balls. So the captain will have to decide which one they're going to continue with. One of the balls will be sent off.
Couldn't help but asking you, how many games you seen for Leewards?
I've only seen the one game
Okay.
for the Leeward Islands that they played here against the Windward Islands.
The reason why I was going to ask you that, because they seem not to be able to get their bowling balance right. They've got 7 bowlers, and we have a lot of people who can bowl, and you got to get your bowling balance right, Denmore.
Nice shot played out into the deep, just for a single. Those one more run to the Jamaican total. We saw here, even when they played here, belatedly. This one is driven hard, but goes to Venner.
Yeah.
Even though he's down on the ground, had the presence of mind to have a strong throwback.
He's really he's a name that we have to pencil down then more
Yeah,
and follow through for the next couple of years.
I've actually penciled him down since the very first day I saw him.
He looks like a natural all-rounder, like a real cricketer, one with some heart. See, he was caught in no man's land there, Denmore. The fielder sharp mid-wicket is like he wasn't even expecting the ball. That's where he should be, Denmore. Right there. Doesn't need to go any further and walk in. You know, he's just in a standing up position. You can't be in a standing up position.
Bartholomew is the fielder who is in that position there.
I think he needs to forget about his fancy shades that he has on his head and look at his angles and figure out where he's going to be. Give himself some room, especially on this fast outfield. And be in a crouch position.
Struck up in the air, coming over the long on region, and 6 runs. He goes for a maximum. Didn't look as if he had timed it well, Paget Nelson, but he really muscled that one and hit it right over the top of Edwards, who is out on this long on boundary, and picked up a maximum.
The second six of the day.
Yep.
With the way they make these bats these days, then more, even if you miss time, you can still go for 6.
He definitely mistimed that one. Here is he facing again. And he's come out with a purpose, Paget Nelson, for the Jamaicans. Takes his score to 141 for 2 at the end of over number 35.
Yeah. Things beginning to heat here. Jamaica will be thinking about their first target then more, 240. That's what you want. You want to be able to make sure that you can get that point. Anything else after that?
Yeah, they would be hoping that they have wickets in hand, 15 overs to go, that they can really look to try and see if they can really push on with a late order rally. Fontaine starts and is out, ball and caught. Paget Nelson was looking to drive back, but he drove it straight back to Ursino Fontaine. He takes the catch. That's the end of the Jamaican captain. Jamaica losing their 3rd wicket in over number 36. They're now 141 for 3. The captain coming back, having made only 15.
And you look again then more at the keenness of a young cricketer, Fontaine. Really very competitor. And he took that ball and caught quite easy. Even though it was struck fiercely back at him. He certainly enjoyed that one.
Certainly did enjoy it. Looked very easy. And I was just about to say that Paget Nelson is going to be important in this late order rally for the Jamaicans. And just as I was looking for him maybe to look to push on with the final 15, he loses his wicket. It's going to bring out DeMarco Scott, and the Jamaicans now 141 for 3 and scoring rate just over 4. They would really want a much better scoring rate than that at the end of the innings. So something for the Jamaicans to think about. Score projector is saying they would just get over a little bit over 200. They would really want a lot more than that. Fontaine sees DeMarco Scott, who was taking his guard. I was saying to you somebody like a Kerrick Mentor in the last game came on and belatedly got some bowling by the captain. And at one stage he was on a hat trick in that, but I see belatedly because it took quite a long time for the Leeward Islands to give him a ball.
Even how they're bowling Daniel Denmore. Daniel Legge comes on as the eighth bowler, and Daniel can bowl. So it's sort of kind of confusing me. But more so than more, I was concerned about Edwards opening in that game, and Light Brown, who is an opening batsman, batting at number 8.
Yep. We were um, I was shocked because for me I said that maybe they use Edward as a pinch hitter at the top, but having seen when Light Brown came in late on and how he was very aggressive and looked more of a batter
But
than Edward.
this is a guy that more has come to the under 15. He was the captain of the under 15, the under 17 ranks. He's studying in England as a student, so it's not like he's a rabbit anymore. This is a potentially, and he can bowl as well, like Brown, and is one of the easier, better feelers. But I'm just talking about the contacts. You have to know the people that you're around. We've been around long enough. Then more, we know the progress path of some of these youngsters. I just couldn't see Edwards. Edwards can be opening here. Here's a thump over mid on, short mid on, and down to the boundary for 4.
Yep. That's what happens sometimes if Cena Fontaine was bowling good and then again just probably boring himself, decide to pull one down to see what this batter was made of, and DeMarco Scott was more than happy to just hammer one, or was that
I think it was
Gordon
Gordon. I
Jr.?
think
Yes,
Gordon.
Gordon Jr.
Gordon Jr.
was more than happy to hammer that one, having been there since the start, hammer that one over the mid-on region and picked up a boundary.
146 for 3. So Jamaica really not on the march yet. Then more, we really have to give some credit to the Windward Island bowlers, but I just thought that had they taken away those boundary balls, then more, the game would have been a lot more tighter.
Would have been a lot more tighter. And like I just said, it seems every over the Windward Island bowlers get a little bit bored and says, you know what, I am bored bowling all these dot balls. Let me try something. And every time they try something, it's short or wide or full toss, and they've been put away. So they need to continue to bowl themselves, bowl the dot balls consistently, and put the Jamaican batters under pressure.
I'll give maybe Fontaine one more, then more, and then bring Joseph. 'Cause I think maybe they maybe want to save Joseph for the final 10. Try and get to the spinners.
I would love to see even for an over or two, Venner come back from that top end to get an over or two in.
His opening spell was 5 overs, right? Then,
Yeah.
Yeah. They might want to save him for the last 10, knowing them where we are. We're 3 overs away from that.
Usually in the last 10, we see them bowling Joseph and Aiden Burton.
Mm.
Aiden Burton here coming back. Yep, so he's expected to bowl. He usually bowls going right into that final 10.
On the money there. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. I like Burton. First time I saw him, then more. But as you rightly said, they just try too many things.
He too will get bored soon, and you'll see him try something and give a boundary away.
Down the onside, a wide signal.
Because when he bowls the ball into the pitch, he gets it to turn.
But if you bowl the ball into this pitch, then more that's where you're going to get turned from.
Yeah, but then he will,
especially on these tracks here in Antigua.
You'll see him like this, flight something, and it's struck away.
Bowl the ball into the surface. That's what you got to do. You're going searching for wickets. That's what's going to be happening.
So if you notice that maybe 2 deliveries, he was bowling it into the pitch, and then he decided, you know what, let me flight one and see what happens. He should recognize by now that when he's flighting, he's not getting any turn. It's too easy for these batters, and every time he's flighted the ball, he's been struck away.
Can't set field for bad bowling.
And this is what
bowl the ball into the surface.
And this is what the Jamaicans are looking for, that flighted delivery.
Gordon, according to our scorecard, he should be 62. Just look at that delivery. If you can bowl that then more, why are you not bowling that line? That length. That's the line that you have to bowl. Overstriding there.
And we would have seen from since spin has come on, that's the type of delivery that Gordon has struggled with. You remember when Joseph was drifting them to him from that same line just on about the off stump that he had struggled. It didn't look as if he knew what was happening. But every time you flight something that comes into his arc, he's able to get you away. And again, what should have really been a good tight over gave away that boundary that has caused the Jamaican 150 to come up. 152 for three at the end of 37 overs.
Yeah, so they coasted along. So Jamaica looking to really unleash now. Some 13 overs to go, 152 for three. Nathaniel Joseph comes back, then more. Even ball two. First over cost not for seven. Then more rightly said that he think that Burton will continue here maybe before we even see Venner. So I think it's going to be incumbent on Nathaniel Joseph how well he bowls.
Yeah, he has to steal in a couple of overs here for his team, but a couple of tight overs, not give away anything.
Hold the ball into the surface. The length has to be different. Once you can get the rhythm right, that's beautiful delivery.
Yeah, right up Yorker length.
So he's got to bowl the ball at a fuller length.
Fuller length, closer to the batter. On that occasion, we saw DeMarco Scott just trying to keep it out. That's all he could do with that one.
We know the Islands need a spark, a spectacular catch, a run out, somebody getting a Yorker, something. They just need a spark. Don't throw it away. What is that for? No need. He's still arguing that he had to throw at the stump.
Yeah, but you don't need that at this stage. There's no run. All right. The ability to get the run out has finished. Don't throw it away. Don't give away anything. Full toss,
That's
flicked away.
lucky to get away with that then more.
Just a single.
That should have been four.
Marcus Scott would be upset with himself getting that full toss and not really putting it away.
Typical leg lance like you then more. That would have gone for four.
Very,
The fine leg is inside
very much so.
the circle.
Yep.
You'd want that right there then more.
Yes.
No overhitting. Sometimes I wonder if the leg lance is gone out of the game then more.
What I've seen recently, and even at the test level, a lot of these batters are missing that leg lance.
Runs in galore.
And so maybe because they either coming too far across the stumps or they're not staying stable enough that they seem to miss those delivery. And I'm telling you, that was a run. Those were runs ball. That shot.
A ball. This is a good start here by
Yeah, when he
Nathaniel
hits the
Joseph.
pitch, when he hits the pitch,
When
or
he
when
get-
he gets
when he gets his strike
stride
pattern right,
pattern right, yeah, he can be a good bowler.
when he gets that right, he looks like a natural athlete, but he looks like somebody. Starts to remind me of a Sheena Berridge. When they're in the field, they're not in the game, but once you give them the ball in their hand, it's a whole different ball game. Yeah, too many chips,
Yeah,
too many chips, too many chips. And in the chips, he's looking down at the crease, but good over
yeah,
in the context.
he gets away with that one, gets out of that over, the kind of over that the Windward Islands would have wanted from him. Uh, Nothing given away in terms of any boundary, and so they would take that 153 for three at the end of 38. Just to tell you, if you're listening in Jamaica, the scorecard so far, Odain Binns was caught off the bowling of Edward for 55.
12 overs to go, Denmore. 153 for 3. We're down to the. Can we say the happy hour soon, Denmore?
Certainly. The scoop shot over the short fry leg region. They're going to get a couple of runs.
Yeah, the line there by Aiden Burton, trying to go searching. No need for that. Gotta get him to play the ball up in front of you. Let him hit it down the ground. You have less. You ball in that line, you're giving her runs.
And Edwards is all the way down here in front of us.
And again, he's in the hot spot again.
He's at that long on position, but he's trying to set the field from this distance. Aiden Burton with a better delivery. Driven straight to Fontenelle, no run.
The short fine leg Denmore should really come just more to his right, just in case. All right. I maybe. Well, he's got protection on the leg side.
I think that's what he was asking for the short fine leg to do, but because he's so far away,
he can't hear him.
He can't hear him, or he can't assess whether the angle that he has him is correct.
But the wicketkeeper should think about helping there, Denmore.
Drive in and missing outside the off stump.
Chicken for me. Oh, for a return there, Denmore. Jeez.
Good strong return, but again, the wicketkeeper has to make sure that he cleans up those balls, especially if it's a little bit wayward. You don't want to give away anything at this late stage.
Yeah, fine.
The Jamaicans are going to be looking for every opportunity for a run from here.
I find the keeper he doesn't want anything to come to him, Denmore. He operates like one of those keepers. He's got the gloves on, but he doesn't want anything to come to him.
Well, like I said earlier, I'm hoping now that Junior Murray is a part of the setup that he would be taking notes and noting these sort of situations. And we would see a change the next time we see this wicket keeper. A lot better. 156 for 3 at the end of 39.
$11 overs to go, Denmore. 156 for 3. Ghana 161 for 4, Denmore. Tilakani just removing Adrian Hetmeyer for 44 of 57 deliveries.
And the Jamaicans get a boundary. DeMarco Scott with a thick edge coming down to third man very quickly for runs. Because the one time I saw Adrian Hetmeyer in the game up here, he looked a busy player, both with the bat and with the ball.
You know, Denmore, sometimes you come to a cricket game, and I know you've been through this, Denmore. You see a small ground, and you say you're going to score a lot of runs today. The Bethesda outfield, I'm not saying that it's massively small, but only 2 sixes have been hit so far, along with 18 boundaries. Jeez.
This one is Yorker length and flying through the first slip region and down to the third man boundary, 4 more runs.
Yes, so then the third man needs to come back then more. If that's going to be the case. And maybe just bring up the mid on or bring up the mid off. Edwards has to come back, bring up the mid off, then more.
Well, I think that's what Joseph would have been saying to him, that he needs him to go back. Edwards doesn't seem to agree. He's almost reluctantly coming back out to a third man position.
It's the best option then more. If he's bowling those other lengths with those Yorker good pace, you need to have protection here. And maybe I might have exchanged Edwards and Venner. Good pace then more.
Yeah, I think Edwards has to get to a position where he is not going to expose his effective as a captain. Yeah, those two edges that came down for the boundary is not for a lack of effort on the
Nah,
part of the bowler.
nah. Aye. Going straight now. He just needs to remain focused.
Yeah, I think he's getting a little bit frustrated. Those
Yeah.
two edges that
Yeah, but that's life.
he
That
bowled,
that's
two
cricket.
good
That's
deliveries,
yeah,
and
yeah,
he
yeah.
saw them still flying down to third man for boundaries. He's
That's
now getting himself a little bit frustrated. That's what we saw in the first game, that he got a little bit roughed up and then he got a little bit ragged. Sort of lost his cool.
today. Maybe just might not his day. Just hold that line full length. That's good.
This
That's
one
good stop. Good
driven,
stop.
good stop, knocked down in the in that.
Again, the man himself, Fontaine, really putting his body on the line. Tell the class of the young man as a cricketer. Game awareness, understanding the angles, know where he is. Found it a little strange that he wasn't the captain then more. And they went for Edwards instead. Flipped away nicely to get a very easy single. Oh, that's good cricket all around. I know it would have been a cardinal sin then more. Had it gone past him with coming in with his one hand, you know what it would have been.
Looks good when it goes well. On that occasion, he was able to pick it up. So I look to flick it, but when it doesn't go well, then it looks horrible. We'll give him the full credit on that occasion.
Oh, excellent feeling.
Excellent.
We can't complain at all. We can keep his lazy then more. He's got to skip. He's got to skip. He's got to skip across. So at the end of 40, then more, Jamaica 166 for 3. Tyson Gordon 62. And 40 overs bowled, then more, 10 to go.
Yeah, the Jamaicans would be hoping that they can have a last 10 really blitz to really look to put on a good total on the board. We're going to have a drinks break here at Bethesda. Players are going to get hydrated. We're also going to take an opportunity to hydrate ourselves. So we'll be right back in a very short while. So 166 for 3 as we rejoin you here at Bethesda. We have the final 10 overs to come in the Jamaican first innings, the Jamaican innings. Remember, the Jamaicans won the toss this morning and they elected to have a knock first. Godin Binns and Tyson Gordon Jr. putting on a century, 103 for the first wicket. Tyson Gordon Jr. is still there, not out on 62. He's really not been fluent today. He's taken 101 deliveries so far. His delivery is driven in the air, but will fall well short of Venner for a single to DeMarco Scott. As the Windward just continue to be a little bit sloppy in their field. Aiden Burton in his 8th over. This one is flashing, taking a thick edge. They're going to get a couple of runs. And 2 more runs to Tyson Gordon Jr. He's going to take his personal tally on to 64. Total to 169. 169 for 3. Wide signal down the leg side. They get the 170th run. So Windward Islands would want a good finish. The Jamaicans too are hoping for a flourish later on. One that is just played away into the onside by Tyson Gordon Jr. for another run. We're in over number 41, so 9 overs to go in this encounter. Driven, but he's just falling short of that man out on the boundary. So just one more run. .172. Driven again. Patrick Tyler was the shout. Just one more run to Tyson Gordon Jr. to end over number 41 at the end of it. 173 for 3. So 173 for 3 at the end of over number 41. Looks as if it's going to be Nathaniel Joseph to continue. The Windward Islands. He's bowled some heavy deliveries today. He's actually bowled better than the none for 18 that he has so far. Is he striking him on the pad? Is a stifled appeal. That one was probably being pushed towards the leg stump. Tyson Gordon Jr. was looking to flick it into the inside, not making contact. No run in the end. Tall, slenderly built bowler, trying to bowl fast here for the Windward Islands. Another Yorker length delivery. Good bowling. This by Joseph. He's been able to get those Yorker length delivery in, and Tyson Gordon Jr. has just not been able to handle those. Score remains on 173 for 3 in over number 42. He's flicking one over the mid-wicket, again falling short of that man on the mid-wicket boundary, so just a run. Gets the 174th run. So the Jamaicans just trying to get the scoring rate up. It's now up to 4.19. They would want to get it well over 5, maybe even closer to 6, but they're going to have to really get a move on from here on in. Another Yorker length delivery. They're going to steal a single. The ball going to that fielder in that straightish mid-wicket position, but he's a little bit deep, so wasn't able to cause any issue. Looks to be Zach Thomas in that. They get another single as another well pitched up delivery from Nathaniel Joseph is blocked into the offside field. Tyson Gordon goes to 68. DeMarco Scott, who is at 18, comes in to strike. 176 for 3. Swan is hit hard into that extra cover region for 4. That one, DeMarco Scott really leaned into that one and he hit it hard. Even though there was a man out there on that boundary, it sped across the outfield so quickly that that ball hitting the fence there with the fielder tumbling to his right. And that's 4 runs really well spanked into the outfield by DeMarco Scott. End of another over, 178 for 3. The end of over number 40. The Scott has moved to 22. And 68 is Tyson Gordon Jr. 42 overs gone, so 8 overs to go. Joseph is back in and can't beat Zach Thomas at that square. That point position. Dot ball. That one is hit hard back pass. Thomas and Tyler Venner getting around and throwing his body and really saving 2 runs because that one was hit hard and straight. And Venner having to really scoot around, throwing his body to his right and knocking it down and saving 2 runs there for his team. Another short delivery that is pulled away out to Captain Edward, who is on the boundary. Just a single, 180. Swan is hit in the air. There's a fielder coming around and he drops the catch. So the Windward Island is putting down another catch. That's Bartholomew, who is out there on that boundary. He was running in, got both hands to it, couldn't hold on. Swan is struck well, should be 4 and is. Was shot and given the treatment there. So after being put down, the delivery before, they to just backing up and cracking that one. As a matter of fact, they just got a single. So it was Bartholomew. It was DeMarco Scott who was dropped. And at the end of over number 43, 186 for 3.
Your bowler is being called into the attack. Terry? Not Terry Denmore?
Venner?
Yes.
Yeah, he had a good save in that over before. It was scooting around boundary and saving runs. So 188.
Tyson Gordon not out on 75, 112 balls, 9 fours, 1 6. 22 boundaries have been hit so far, Denmore. And 2 maximums. The Marcus Scott is on 23 from 21 deliveries with 3 boundaries. Windward Islands. Venner starts. Ooh, that had some zip with it, Denmore. That's his 5th over.
When he comes from that end, those are the kind of deliveries I was talking about. And when he comes down the hill,
Yeah.
he's able to bowl that type of delivery. When he hits the pitch hard
So
from that end, he gets the ball to carry through.
So as Denmore said before he was switched to that end, 4 overs, 1 wicket, and 12 runs, no wicket. Tyler Venner, Aaron Glasgow, 3 not, 16 not. Break. Continued with bowling figures. Nathaniel Joseph, 5 not, 25 not. Rashina Fontaine, 3 not, 21 1. Aidan Burton, 8 not, 33 not. Cody Fontenelle, 7 1, 22 not. Kevin Joseph, 9 1, 36 1. And Fleur Edwards, 4 not, 17 1. Pat, Donald Shekels, and Tremaine Prescott. Keeper has to take those balls then more. Those are high balls. He has to collect those balls.
Yeah, but the Windward Islands fielders too have a responsibility to get good throws. Remember, coach saying that it's not good fielding that run people out, it's good throws. So the run was already on. Joseph should just settle and get a good throw in. Penn is trying to take all the pace off of his bowling, hoping that face off is going to work for him. But if he's going to take the pace off, he has to make sure that he gets it online as well.
That's going to be key.
Wicketkeeper just getting that one, just bouncing before it got to him, seemingly struck him somewhere in the face region. So he's in a spot of bother. The umpires are going to have him get a little bit of a check out there. Jamaicans were able to steal a run, steal a bye as well. So 190.
How many more times they must tell the keeper that one then more? Here the coach trying to tell him take a step up. How many games has he played here, then? More?
He's played all the games. The third time we've seen him here, and that's the same instruction.
All day?
All 3 games.
Something.
We've seen no action. We've seen no movement from him.
Game can't be that hard, then. More. Can't be.
I don't think that is hard. I think that he's just still not trusting the field, and he's a little bit reluctant to take a step up. He's now wearing the helmet.
He's in the wrong job, then. More.
Well, I thought that he had put on the helmet, but no, he is not. He's still using a cap out there. Daniel, another run for the Jamaicans. They're creeping up towards that 200 mark, and throwing himself in that short third man position is Theo Edward, and saving runs for his team, allowing the Jamaicans to only get another single. So the end of the over. Score is on to 100 and 193 for 3. Fontenelle is going to come back into the attack from this end. Seven overs so far, none for 22. Starts with a wide outside that off stump, bowling to DeMarco Scott, who is on 26 of 25. Scott is pulling one into that mid-wicket region, and it has carried all the way for a maximum. So he got down on one knee and swung that one because it was pitched. I don't know about the leg stump turning towards off, but he got to it well and was able to get good bat over that mid-wicket region for 6 runs. The 200 has come up for the Jamaicans. 200 for 3. It's a better delivery from Fontenelle. They'll get one. They should be able to come back for a second run. And almost a little bit of a collision between 14 and his captain, Theo Edward. Another single down to that short third man position. Zach Thomas coming around to try and prevent the single. Couldn't. Tyson Gordon is there on 77. DeMarco Scott has moved on to 35. Swing and a miss by Tyson Gordon Jr. Was looking to hammer that one somewhere over the mid-wicket region. Didn't make contact. Remains on 77. gets his 78th run. So sliding one down to a short third man and brings up the end of over number 45. And at the end of 45, Jamaica under 19, 204 for 3. You're looking at Tyson Gordon Jr., though. You would think that if he backs all the way through, he should be looking to get 100. You don't want to be there for all 50 overs and still fall short of a century. He's faced 118 deliveries so far for his 78. Flashing outside the off stump is DeMarco Scott to a Tyler Venner's. Matter of fact, it's Tyson Gordon Jr. who is flashing to that delivery from Tyler Venner. No run.
It's a good short ball, Benmore.
Yeah.
That is a good short ball.
Tyson Gordon Jr. gets a single, but he was almost pulling to keep that ball off of his helmet. That one came onto him very quickly. This one is pulled away into that mid-wicket region. And Joseph there just grabbing at it and having a throw back in. So just a run to DeMarco Scott.
That's okay. They won't mind that, Benmore. Getting a single.
No, at this late stage, the Windward Islands are interested in keeping away from those boundary deliveries. 207 for 3, the Jamaicans. They could be hoping for a few more runs. Good fielding on the deep there for the Windward Islands.
Fontaine.
Fontaine getting around quickly. Clean pickup. Good strong throw back to the wicket keeper. Just allowing the Jamaicans to have to settle for a single. 208 for 3. And over number 46. Again, Venner hammers one into the pitch. It rises up. Trying to get on top of it was Tyson Gordon Jr. Can't beat the infield. He remains on 80. And the total under 208 for 3 at the end of over number 46.
Over at Liberta, the hometown for you, Denmore. Diana, 220 for 5. 220 for 5. And we did indicate that Hetmeyer got out, but there was a mistake. It was Mentor who was run out. So Hetmeyer is on 74 not out, 86 balls, 7 fours and 1 6. And the captain, Ram, would have scored 79. So it's building up to be a good game, Denmore.
Should be a good game. But again, the Leeward Islands bowling seems
8
to,
bowlers they've used today.
seems not to be effective. Driving and missing outside the line of the off stump is DeMarco Scott as Cody Fontenelle starts over number 47.
And at the Piggott Sports Complex, Denmore, Trinidad and Tobago has been dismissed for 141 in 37.1 overs. Christian Lal scored this 54. And guess what happened, Denmore? Rajiv Pasaram, 10 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 5 wickets.
And this one is cut away. Backward of point into the boundary for 4 by DeMarco Scott. Short wide by Cody Fontenelle. And he just rocked back and hit that one past the fielder at point and into the point boundary for 4.
Then that fielder at backward point needs to give himself some room then more. He's too close if that is going to be happening. And really, that's a bad delivery. But you still have to have protection. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface.
Marcus Scott is on to 41. 80 is Tyson Gordon Jr., who opened the batting.
I think he just needs to bowl. It's difficult for Edwards to try to set the field. That's poor bowling, Denmore. That's a poor ball that was hit away. Don't worry, Denmore. I got it. You focus.
He's trying to captain from this far away.
Well, the bowler decided he wanted a change. Oh, so he's going to bowl quicker and faster than more.
Yep, flat,
Now,
faster.
But if that ball goes past the third man, then more, it's
going to travel faster too.
Wow. Let's see how this works out.
Fontenelle with another delivery that is steered away down to that short third man position for a single.
I don't think the cricket is that hard, Denmark. I think we complicate it sometimes.
So DeMarco Scott gets run number 42, 213 for 3. Gordon Jr. is driving, and just for a moment, Tyler Venner thought about going for a catch and then realized that the ball was dying.
I think the pace of it as well, though.
So he opted to just take it on the bounce.
Yeah.
Have a throwback to the bowler's end.
Maybe a better outfield than more. Maybe he might have taken a chance.
Probably.
Don't think he would have wanted to injure himself on this outfield. Might have done the good job. So
I think he did the best thing there.
47 overs bowled, then more 214 for 3.
Tyson Gordon Jr. For all 47, but he's on 81 of 123 deliveries.
He's got to get on his bike.
Definitely. So 3 overs to come.
18 deliveries ago. If he doesn't get 100 now, then more, he'd be very disappointed. And he comes down to what you were talking about then more. He just didn't run enough singles.
Yeah, at one point in the middle overs, the Windward Islands bowlers were bowling to one batter. One bowling to Pins, the other bowling to Tyson Gordon Jr., and they were not rotating the strike at all. You tend to think that at the under 19 level, if you bat 50 overs, if you're in the wicket for all 50 overs, you should really be on 100. He's cutting and getting a boundary here, short and wide outside the line of the off stump. And Tyson Gordon Jr. On this occasion, cutting it past that backward point position and down to the wide third man boundary for 4.
That is a perfect square drive. That's something that you would practice any day. And he really enjoyed that. It was short and wide. Why Venner is bowling that line, I will never know. It's a lot more dangerous when he bowls the ball wicket to wicket.
This time, one that is taking...
Lucky to get away with that then more.
Taking him on the pad, maybe on the thigh pad, going down to that short fine-leg position, but he gets away with it. Dot ball.
Yeah.
So Gordon Jr. is on 85. He needs 15 to get to that 100.
He got what, 17 deliveries?
Just about. You would say 16. He gets one of the 16 and should get 2 here as they rush back for 2. Takes his personal tally up to 87, 224, 3.
But he's now decided to get urgent. Then
no doubt he would be thinking, I'm running out of deliveries and I really want to get to that 100. And maybe DeMarco Scott would have had a word with him as well, saying, here is a slow delivery.
Man, somebody tell the keeper to stop the ball. Why is he just step up and stop the ball then more?
Why? Good disguise this time on the slow delivery from Tyler Venner. But again, the wicketkeeper allowing the Jamaican batters to get off strike. Fenner is walking back as if he's very disappointed with that effort from the wicket keeper.
I think he doesn't want to dirty up his clothes. Maybe the Windward Islands under 19 don't have a laundry bill.
This one is hit hard by DeMarcus Scott and beats the man out at that extra cover region for 4. Really timed that one well. Thought for a moment there that the Fontaine was getting around, but that one was timed sweetly to travel over the outfield, even though Fontaine got a hand to it. He was only able to knock it over the boundary, 4 runs. Marcus Scott goes to 46. Flashing and missing at a quicker delivery from Tyler Venner. That one going past the bat very quickly and into the gloves of the wicket keeper to end over number 48.
Looks as if Gordon is going to be left stranded then more.
But he's going to be on strike, so he's definitely going to have to find a way to get those 13 runs. 2 maximums and a single could do it for him, Springer.
No, is there a penalty now, Denmore? Because I think umpire is talking to Edwards. It's 104. 2 overs to go, right?
Yes. So he might have to bring up an additional player.
He has to. Those are things that you got to be umpire. Donald Shekels has just informed him. Who's coming back? Fontaine?
Looks as if it's going to be Fontaine.
No, they have to finish strong then more. We're talking about 12 deliveries to go. Jamaica also going to be thinking about getting up to that magical score then more, which is 240.
The 15 runs short of 240.
You heard the coach there talking about timing. They missed out, as Denmo said, a lot earlier in the middle overs. Let's now put them under some real pressure now. Squeezed away into the offside. They'll only get 1 run. The Windward Island fielders, they got to be supporting. Fontaine needed to get to the non-strikers end there to be able to cut that out, get up to the stump. They have to finish strong. It is important. Gordon goes to 88. Wins the Marcus Scott, who is on strike, is on 46. Can he get to half century? He steers that past the third man, only 1 run. So not bad at all, then, Mo.
No, not bad. Not bad. The first 2 deliveries from Fontaine. And Fontaine is a very smart cricketer. He knows that the Jamaicans are going to be looking to try and attack at this late stage. So he's been using the off-pace deliveries, taking a lot of the pace.
Clubbard, who's going to take it? Oh, no, man. He's got to, even if he doesn't take the catch anymore, he has to save the boundary. That was a lame effort there by Theo Edwards.
That's captain there for the Windward Islands, allowing Tyson Gordon to get a boundary.
If you can't take the catch, you got to save the boundary.
Something that we saw Tyler Venner do in the last over, the last time that the ball was over from his end, recognizing that the catch is going to be difficult, and he saved runs.
The batsman worked for everything. You'd have only got 1 run then more. If the most 2, giving away a boundary. Our scoreboard friends are not working with us then more, so you got to go onto the main one then more.
He's into the 90s. I'm just trying to refresh. Even my friends here.
Oh, those are no ball.
And they get 4 as well. So
it's poor cricket here by the Windward Islands under 19. Where's the game awareness? Have to pay attention to these simple things.
Yep, we're trying because the Manual scoreboard has Tyson Gordon Jr. on 97, but the official scorers have him on 92. So we don't want him to be misled. Marcus Scott is the one that's on strike though for this free hit delivery.
It's Mascot Scott on 50, Denmark.
Marcus Scott is actually supposed to be on 47 and 93 is Tyson Gordon Jr. So we're hoping that there's no confusion. Scott hits this one out of the grounds for 6 runs. Gets a half century. DeMarcus Scott, since he has come in, he has looked positive and he has gotten to a half century with that maximum.
I think
Sorry.
the contribution, the information coming out is might be wrong. Well, they're saying that he's 99 then more.
Yeah, well,
Guys,
it seemed to have been Tyson Gordon Jr. who hit that last delivery for 6, which would take him to 99. DeMarcus Scott would remain there on 48. So final over. Hope they'll work it out.
wide
First
ball.
deliveries are wide. 245, the score will go up to now. 245 for 3.
So at least they've got their batting point then more. They got to their 240. And lapse in concentration and judgment by the Windward Islands on the 19. Just got ruffled in the last 3 overs.
$49 for DeMarcus Scott.
5 deliveries to go.
Tyson Gordon Jr. is on 99.
So
We saw the other day in an ODI, Joe Root being left not out on 99 at the end of the innings.
I don't think he needs to try anything then more. He just needs to be thinking about how he's got 1 run. There he goes.
One and he gets 100. Tyson Gordon Jr. just guides one down to a short third man, takes off his helmet, signals to his teammates. Well played. 100 of 132 deliveries. Tyson Gordon Jr. opening the batting, almost, we can say, carrying his bat for Jamaica and getting a well-played 100 springer.
That is a splendid knock by the young man. 132 balls, 11 fours, 2 sixes. Tyson Gordon Jr., a strike rate of 75.76. He'll remember this ground, Bethesda, for a very long time in his career.
Yorker let delivery to DeMarcus Scott, who is on 49. He too would want to get to that half century. Has a couple more deliveries to go to get to that milestone.
Fifty to Scott. They come back quite easily there. So Jamaica piling on the pressure here. 249 for 3. The Marcus Scott is 50, 51, 11. No, we still haven't got that yet. That was Tyson Gordon's stats. We should get the Marcus Scott's stats coming up now. He's 51 from 44 balls.
He's at 5 fours and a 6 so far.
5 fours. So a brilliant knock from the young man. think we should get paid for scoring, you know.
Yeah. Our manual scoreboard has lost it. Another opportunity for runs here. Ball goes out into the square leg region, and the Jamaicans are able to rush back for two, brings up the 250 as well for the Jamaicans. So
At,
they
at,
got
at,
252
yeah,
at the
252
end of
of their 50.
their 50 overs, 250 for three, maybe not as many runs as they would have thought they would have gotten at the start, but they would work with that. Tyson Gordon Jr. carrying his back from the start, ending his innings on 100, not out, and DeMarco Scott at the end also ending on 52, not out. The Jamaicans ending on 252 for three.
A lot of talk. Can't do no better with the attitude. The attitude of the mindset of the players were then more not encouraging at all. They will have to get 253 then more.
Yeah, we
53 to win.
253.
252. Just quickly then more, just to give the folks who just tuned in an idea in terms of what happened in Jamaica's first innings.
Yeah, the Jamaicans, they won the toss this morning and they elected to bat first. Odean Binns had a good knock of 55 off 97 deliveries. He had 8 fours in his innings. Tyson Gordon Jr. carried his bat. He ended not out on 102 off 132 deliveries, 11 fours and 2 sixes in his inning. Demario Hall, he didn't get off at all. He made 4 runs. Pajin Nelson came in, had a breezy knock of 16, had a 4 and a 6 in his knock, and DeMarco Scott with a enterprising innings towards the end, faced 45 deliveries, made 52, had 5 fours and a 6 off of his 45 deliveries. That gave the Jamaican innings a little bit of impetus towards the end. They ended on 252 for 3, which means that the Windward Islands would need 253 for victory. Wickets today for the Windward Islands were hard to come by. Ursino Fontaine getting a wicket for 36 runs off of his 4 overs. Kevin Joseph had 1 for 36 off his 9. And Theo Edward, the captain, bowled 4 overs for 17 runs. And he also had a wicket. But all round, the Windward Islands struggled to dismiss the Jamaican battle.
Let me go to the bowling very quickly, Denmore. 252 for 3. We have Tyler Venner, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 39 runs, no wicket. Aaron Glasgow, the left arm seamer, 3 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, no wicket. Nathaniel Joseph, 5 overs, no maiden, 25 runs, no wicket. Ursino Fontaine, 4 overs, no maiden, 36 runs, 1 wicket. Hayden Burton, 8 overs, no maiden, 33 runs, no wickets. Cody Fontanelle, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 39 runs, no wicket. Kevin Joseph, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, 1 wicket. And Theo Edwards, 4 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Man of the moment, Denmore, will have to go to Tyson Gordon Jr., 102 not out, 132 balls, 11 fours and 2 sixes. He batted the entire 50 overs. But I think the impetus of the innings came. Although Odean Binns got 55 at the top of the order, you'll have to give some major credit to the Marcus Scott. 52 from 45 balls, 5 fours, 1 6, and he brought a resurgence to the Jamaica lower order.
Right at the end, coming in with about 10 overs or so to go. And he came in and really was positive from ball 1 and played some really absolutely beautiful shots in that innings, Scott. And he was very powerful when he was driving and gave the innings some impetus towards the end and bringing them to a respectable total.
So we will take our Dasani lunch break, and when we come back, the Windward Islands will need 253 for their first victory year at the Bethesda Sports Club. On behalf of Benmore Roberts, I'm Vernon A. Spring and the entire team here, 360.
And we're back here at the Bethesda playing field. We have the first delivery of the Windward Islands response. Remember, they're looking for 253 for victory. After the Jamaicans got to 252 for 3. And the Jamaicans starting from that northern end.
Left armor.
Adrian Silveira, left armor.
So slips go down. Something I found then more when I saw Tia Edwards up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Likes to try to get fancy and your head falls over. And so what Jamaica have done here now is that but there's a big gap then more right in the sharp mid-wicket area. And he's just trying to turn his entire body around rather than just staying side on to the ball and looking to play the ball to the V.
Tends to favor a shot going over that square leg region. Here, so he looks for that ball that comes onto his pad.
You got the middle on and the middle off. You just got to keep looking up the V. That's where he's supposed to be then more. Even on that shot just a while ago, Denmore wasn't relaxed. He was like hustling, to try to play a forward defensive shot. If you're defending, you're defending.
It's because you could see that he was coming down very quickly on that one because he was, again, looking to go square of the wicket. Wasn't looking to just come forward and play that one up the V. He was almost looking to try and give himself room to go square of the wicket.
Coming to this tournament, Tia Edwards under immense pressure. In 2025, had an excellent under 17 tournament for the Windward Islands in Trinidad and Tobago. Didn't have a real credible tournament. Some poor decisions, like you mentioned to me, then more in the umpiring. I think we also need to get our best umpiring at this level as well. Steered down to third man for an easy single. So Edwards is off the mark. Young Darwin Lewis, who we saw here then more in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 15 championship.
Yeah, and
Left-hander from Dominica. Scored a beautiful 100 as well, too.
did. And I really felt at that time that the Windward Islands did him a disservice in that bilateral series because they opted to try and win the series rather than look at the development of him. And I thought that a couple of the games where they put the Leewards in first and didn't really give him an opportunity, I thought that they should have batted and looked to give him another opportunity to make another 100.
Yeah, you kept saying that all the time, Denmore.
It is given leg before.
Let's see that again, Denmore. Again, Denmore looking to go to the square area, and not looking to hit the ball the V. Can get Billy Joe to maybe just show us back that on the replay, Denmore. Let's see if he missed a straight ball. Denmore, that's like going. That look like it's going down, man. If that's gonna take out the leg stump, that would have been a superb delivery. The keeper's right foot, you could see that alone. As we look back at the replay, here we go, Denmore. Here we go. Pitch in. No, it was full, but that just might be missing. We don't have the
Yeah,
RS here.
you don't have the arrest, but
Umpire sent him, and the young man comes back without scoring. Next time he's got to look to hit that ball down the V. He's got to be careful. The umpire sometimes they tend to send you on the shot that you play. So the Windwards have lost an early wicket. Jonathan Daniel comes out at number 3. Silvera strikes in the first over.
yeah, I'm not so convinced about that. At first, I thought that it was a full pitch delivery that may probably went straight onto his boot. But I haven't seen it in the replay that it actually pitched and was actually headed towards, and it sort of hit the outer part of the
Yeah.
pad.
That would have had to
Yeah,
really do a whole lot then more to be able to
yeah, yeah.
take out that stuff.
And for me, that wasn't straightening. It was
It was
going
going down.
it was going in the same direction that Silvio was pushing it. Hard decision. We've seen quite a few of them in this tournament, but he will live to fight another day. He's a youngster. He was in the under 15, so it tells you that he will have time to play for the Windward Islands over a number of years if he continues. Because what we would have seen at the under 15 level suggests to me that he has ability, and so
Anybody who scores 100 at the under 15 level must have some sort of ability then more.
Yep, and he will get more opportunities.
So we have a new bowler today. First time I'm seeing Joel Williams. Looks like a natural athlete. Looks like a 400-meter sprinter then more.
Yeah, he's built well.
Yeah. Can't wait to see Lickerton. Lickerton also, he's one that we saw at the under 15 level as well. Then more. A couple of
Yep.
seasons we've seen him here.
I'm trying to remember one that I saw a couple of years ago in the under 15 that I really liked from Jamaica. His name is just not coming to me.
Here is Edwards caressing a short ball behind backward point for 4. Didn't try to overhit it then more, just use the pace. Remember this fast outfield here. First boundary for the Windward Islands. That'll give Edwards some confidence. He goes to 5.
That's what I was telling you. Anyway, scrape the wicket on both sides seems to be the regions that Edwards likes to play. He likes to play the ball, scrape the wicket on the offside, and if you stray onto his path as well, he normally flicks you hard over that square leg region for a boundary as well.
And he goes. Oh, have to take that. Have to take that catch then more. Number 15 for Jamaica dropping a sitter.
Yeah, he was lobbed up. Thought that he was going to run in and take that one.
Have to take that then more at this level. You have to take
Yeah,
that
and
catch.
Perico Henry, they are not making the grounds. That would have been a dismissal though.
The ball was in the air so long then more.
Yeah, it was in the air for a while, but just didn't seem to read it well in the earlies, and then he was falling as he got there. Just didn't get the hands to it.
See those balls, Denmo? The balls that come between middle and leg. Edwards plays a wrong ball rather than looking to open his hips and hit the ball down the ground. That ball is going to square leg and not up to mid on.
And that is what I'm saying to you. That I've noticed that is what he likes to do. And he looks for it because if he gets one that strays on the leg stump, you will see how he plays it and plays it well. And when he has those coming into the middle stump as well, he does the same thing.
Oh, what a big effort there by Rickerton. I made off to try and take that. The ball was in the air, and Edwards very loosely. Denmo.
Almost as if he wants to give his hand away early. Theo Edward.
That was a big effort. If we can get Billy Joe to maybe just show us that effort there by Rickerton again. That is a big effort. Let's look at it then more.
Oh, yeah, he was going to his left. Just couldn't hold on though.
Over number 2 has been bowled. Score is 6 without loss. Daniel North Edwards is on 6.
Theo Edwards given 2 opportunities in that over there. He would need to regroup, reset, recognize that he's going to be important in this run chase. I think it's a manageable run chase, 253, because we did see when they were chasing 392, the Windwards got to 276. I think it was in that innings there. So which means that they have the ability when chasing to get over the 250 mark. But Theo Edward is going to be an important aspect in that.
I think some people make batting a lot difficult then more. When you're playing a new ball, you gotta look at the V for a very, very, very long period of time. And but to respect the balls.
This is shots like that. You would recognize that these players need to understand that they're going to get opportunity to really score runs. That was a beautiful shot through the offside there by the Jonathan Daniel, the Winwood Islands number 3. So he too has to apply himself, look to get in and look to really contribute well to his team's total today.
11 for 1. I'll give Daniel some confidence. That cover drive, then more. Oh, jeez.
He's driving again through the offside 4 more.
Wow.
Anytime you pitch up like that, and that is why I was a little bit surprised that the umpire had said Lewis, because Severa tends to push that ball towards the offside for the right-handers and into the left-handers, and so I was a little bit surprised because he doesn't tend to bring it back from that direction at all.
15 for 1. Daniel 8. They need 280, 238, then more of 285.
I don't think balls are going to be the big issue here today in this one chase. What is going to be that is the application of the Windward Islands. how are they able to apply themselves and batting partnerships so that they can really put the pressure back on the Jamaicans. Silvera outside the line of the off stump. Again, this time, just watching it into the gloves of the wicket keeper is the right-handed Jonathan Daniel. He's on 8, 15 for 1. We're in over number 3. Again, with muscle, just muscling this one back past the bowler, 4 more runs. So he just swung through the line of that one and picked up another boundary for the Windward Islands. 3 boundaries in the over, all to Jonathan Daniel, and the Windward Islands after over number 3, they're 19 for 1. Jonathan Daniel and Theo Edward at the crease. Good first delivery, beating Edward outside the off stump. So no run, 19 for 1. So the Windward still need another 234 runs for victory. Still 47 overs to go. He's driving and is out caught at mid-off. So Theo Edward gives his hand away. Pitched up delivery to him from Joel Williams, and this time he drove it straight to Littleton at mid-off, who took a simple catch. That's the end of the Windward Islands captain. Windward Islands losing another wicket. They're now 19 for 2. Very soft dismissal of Theo Edward. Getting one right up to him and just drove it casually up to that mid-off fielder. Littleton was there and was happy to take a very simple catch. Brings in Ursino Fontaine, somebody who has not necessarily done very well with the bat so far in this tournament. And so he is there and hoping that today will be the day that his true potential or his true ability comes to the fore for the Windward Islands. Windward Islands losing their 2 openers, Lewis, LBW, without scoring, and then Theo Edward just driving one out to that mid-off fielder, and he goes by the court route. Fontaine gets off the mark right away with a delivery that just played away to the inside. 20 for 2. The Jamaicans would be in good spirits, having gotten those 2 early wickets of the Windward Islands. Fontaine is hitting one over long on for 6. Matter of fact, that's Jonathan Daniel who's dealing in boundaries. Had 3 fours in the last over and now hitting one for 6 over that long on region. The end of another over has come up. By the end of it, Windward Islands. Yeah, 26 for 2 at the end of number 4. Silvera continues. His first delivery is finding a thick outer edge for 4. So again, he pushes that ball towards the off stump. And Fontaine, throwing the bat at it outside the off stump, took a thick edge and flew down to the third man region for 4. 30th run has come up, 30 for 2, the Windward Islands. Wide called. So overcompensating. Adrian Silvera. Just trying to push it a little bit wider this time. Much too wide. Wide enough to be called wide. Better delivery. Fontaine is hoping that he can really dig in today. He needs a fighting knock. That's not really come to the party in terms of scores here for the Windward Islands in this under 19 tournament. Ursino Fontaine. The folks over there in Dominica would be hoping that today would be the day that he really comes good. Gets another good delivery that is in line. Silvera trying to take the pace off to keep him honest. 5 runs coming from that over. At the end of it, score has moved on to 31 for 2 at the end of over number 5. So the Windward Islands are hoping for a very good power play situation. Joel Williams continues. Wide ball is the call as he fires one down the leg side. Umpires Donald Sheckle and Tremaine Prescott. Bertel Baltimore doing the match referee duties today. Fourth round match being played here at Bethesda, so we have one more round coming. Here is this one chipped in the air and is out caught. Another soft dismissal for the Windward Islands. Jonathan Daniel getting one on the line of the leg stump and he just chipped it up into that mid-wicket region where a fielder is posted and he is gone. Windward Islands, they're in trouble once again. 32 now for 3. The Windward Islands are giving it away. We've seen 2 soft dismissals in a row. Captain just driving loosely to mid-offs. Littleton took a easy catch. And then the last man out, Jonathan Daniel, just turning the bat and lobbing one up into that mid-wicket position. And the Jamaican fielder there in that mid-wicket position in Perico Henry was more than happy to just take an easy catch. And so Windward's in trouble once more there. 32 for 3 brings the left-handed Aidan Burton into the attack, into strike, into the innings. First delivery, he's pushing it into the offside field. Can't beat the infield. No run.
I can say to you then more, from the very first game that I saw Jamaica, is a much more improved Jamaica team. While the Windward Islands just seem to have just gone further and further into a decline.
Yeah, the opposite direction. The batters are just giving their hands away. Aidan Burton gets a boundary. Short, wide, and cut away past that backward point position. 4 runs.
I think it's a matter of application. Nobody's questioning the talent base or the level of talent that we've seen on display from the Windward Islands. What what we're seeing is the ill discipline and the mindset that they're only thinking about boundaries. Nobody's willing to work hard. Every now and again you see a shot or two, then more and you say, oh, that's class. But then all of a sudden by the next ball, somebody's on their way walking back to the pavilion.
I was saying when you were not on air, Springer, that they need somebody to dig in, and one of their batters need to come out and decide. You know what? I'm going to play digging innings today. Innings where you grind it out. Maybe maybe move away from your normal way of doing things, but just grind it out. Don't give your hand away. Bat in such a way that you know that for sure you're not going to just give your hand away. And we've seen Leo Edward and Jonathan Daniel just give their hands away. Very disappointingly.
You can't say you're seeing any big deliveries then more
No, I haven't
to,
seen anything
to
so far
justify
that has really, you can say, you know what, you got a good ball, right? We haven't seen anything like that. Just casual shots, getting yourself out.
all of the keepers here then more for some particular reason seem not to have been able to work out the surface.
Yeah, they've all stayed back. And so we haven't.
36 for 3, 6 overs. We already have a total of some 25 dot balls within the process and the pressure mountain.
And that's one of the things that I would love maybe at the end of the tournament, if we were to able to do a tally of the number of dot balls faced throughout the tournament, it would be an astonishing number because a lot of these teams soak up a lot of dot balls. And I'm not sure if it's a Caribbean problem, because we even see it at the test level, at the ODI level.
I think it's a worldwide problem.
Where we're not seeing the singles anymore.
And that has to do with preparation then more, because when they go to practice, we're not training our young cricketers then more to find the gaps. What we're trying to do, we're teaching our youngsters as to how far they can hit the ball.
But I was going to say that it's more than preparation. It has to do with mindset, because we are now thinking. You remember that at one time the current West Indies coach said that we are a boundary hitting team. Remember that statement was made, and that alone tells you of the mindset of the people who are around the system, who are a part of the coaching, the development.
That's their logic as well too. Shot. Rickerton again, then more. That's a live wire.
I said it in the last commentary that one time while playing for Liberta, Kenny Benjamin said that we're going to be very aggressive in the first 8 overs of the Super 40. I want all of you to get 5 singles every over. And we were all looking at each other as I thought he said we were going to be aggressive. So we were expecting him to say, look, I wanted to hit boundaries. But he was saying to us, every over, get 5 singles, at least. If the boundary ball comes, you put it away. But I want you to be running between the wickets. And when you look at it, then explain that, you know what? At 8 overs, you're going to be 50 without loss, with no risk. And we have to start to get our players to think like that. If you notice in the way that these teams are batting, Springer, they're either looking to score boundaries or nothing is happening.
Nothing. Nothing else.
So if there were no boundaries, then there was no actual scoring taking place.
And they jog on a single. Well, let me rephrase it more. They walk on a
The
single.
single, exactly.
They walk.
And I know there's some coaches that tell you singles are a part of aggressive batting. And we have to find a way. I remember one time on a sports program that I host, Sir Viv called in because we were having that same discussion. And Sir Viv spoke about players' ability to manipulate the field, to use their wrist, both on the on and the off side, to turn the ball into the gaps, recognize where the field placements are, knowing what hand a field is with, etc., to know if you can run, if it's going he's right and he's a left-hander, you know you can take you can take the chance for a quick single and those sorts of things. I don't know if nowadays these players have the same level of thinking about the game as the legend was speaking about.
But that comes from when you're in the pavilion by observing everybody. Then more. Let's look at that delivery there. See? They were just thinking he got no runs out of that over then more.
None. And you would think that even that last delivery, had he gotten on top of it and drop it closer to his feet on that offside with that man deep on the 30-yard circle, there was a single there to be had. But at the end of it, he got nothing. End of another over.
Yeah, 39 for 3.
39 for 3, 7 overs gone.
Yeah, the education side then more. You need teachers like you around. I keep telling everybody we have a lot of people around who claim to be wearing a shirt marked coach, but can't teach the game. And that is the problem. That's what's flagrant us. See, somebody in trouble.
Oh, if that had hit, that would have been a certain run out.
Yeah, just hit the ball and run and just took off. Didn't look to see anything then more. Just thought that he gone to cover.
Again, have to be observant. You got to be watchful. You have to again know who you're hitting the ball to.
Look at this then more.
What kind of fielder is it?
Pitch up. Right then more. He drove the ball, right, and just took off.
Yeah.
Right? Non-striker lucky.
Yes.
Direct hit. He would have been gone.
I wanted to have a look though at Joel Wilson. He doesn't seem to use that front arm at all.
I mean, Joel Williams.
Joel Williams, sorry.
Mm.
When he's delivering, love to get a good front on look.
I'll tell you just now, then more. Don't worry. I'm the coach standing behind. I think he can increase his pace some more, then more. Yeah, he doesn't use the front arm, so you're so right then more.
Doesn't get up at all. So he sort of just have that round arm delivery. And I believe that
if I can also let me just get Bill Joel, let me just see the final delivery stride here for Joel Williams. I just want to see if his left foot is being braced. I know he's not using his front arm, so I know that much. And he can be a little bit more aggressive than more in the run up as well, because he's a natural athlete.
I said that about Werner too.
Yeah. Aggression to the crease. I think he's just in a formation where he just told to just bowl. Somebody like him, you just.
So if you notice that he really doesn't generate too much pace.
No.
And when you look at his build, you would think that with a strong build like that, natural athlete looking, fairly broad shoulders, he should be really bowling a lot quicker than those deliveries that he's bowling.
I think before he starts, he needs to give himself some rhythm. He can glide in some more. Oh, jeez. Why is he doing that? And he's arguing still then more.
People would talk about youthful exuberance, but there is something called stupidity as well. because on that occasion, the Perico Henry fielded the ball. There wasn't any opportunity for a run out. The batters had already come through for an easy single. He just threw the ball away. Luckily, there was a fielder down on the boundary that was able to back up. They only got one overthrow. You don't want to be giving away your runs. Jamaica might be in a good position so far, having the Windward Islands 42 for 3, but 252 for 3 is not the biggest score that you could make on a ground like this. And so if the Windwards were batting sensibly and looking to build partnerships, Jamaica could find themselves in a lot of trouble because having seen the bowling, some of the other bowlers are not as strong as the opening pair. And so opportunities will come for scoring if the Windwards are able to keep wickets in hand.
You got Venner to come still, so you got to be able to pay attention to that. And he's got an abundance of talent.
Perico Henry is into the attack. Is second over. Aiden Burton needs to understand that himself and Esino Fontaine need to bat together for long periods for the Windward Islands and look to build build an innings for himself and for his team. Even though he came down a little late on that one, that's just the way that he needs to be playing. Look to be playing straight. It's going to get a couple of runs here. Easily 2 runs. And so it's important that you just continue to be patient. Aiden Burton is on 8. So end of another over from Perico Henry. End of the over. Total is on 45. 5 for 3 after 9. Aiden Burton continues to face up to Joel Williams. 2 for 20 so far. And he's been gifted those 2 wickets, I think, because Captain Theo Edward and Jonathan Daniel, I thought, both gifting their wickets away to to this bowler. It's a good delivery. Aiden Williams outside the off stump. Again, just trying to be cute in playing that one. Fontaine just having a little bit of a chat with him, trying to keep him positive, trying to keep the Windward Islands partnership going. He's swiping again outside that off stump. Ball left the bat in the air, but that man at deep backward point is on the boundary. The ball falling well short of him. Just a single. Left and right hand combination. So Yacino Fontaine coming into strike. Playing defensively to off pace delivery from Williams. And Joel Williams has really not been of any fiery pace, anything at all to really threaten any of these batters in terms of the aggression in his bowling. For me, brisk medium. Yacino Fontaine is minded to be pushing forward, playing it into the offside field. No run. Joel Williams. That should be his final delivery of this over. Fontaine just using his feet, getting to that one, and whipping it over the square leg region for four. One bounce into the boundary. Nice way to end the over for the Windward Islands. And with that boundary, the Windward Islands, they have brought up their 50. So 54-3 for the Windward Islands. Aiden Burton gets another run. He whips one off of his pads into the square leg region for another run. We've had the first power play of the Windward Islands reply. 51-3 now the total as we into over number 11. Edgin caught behind. So it was outside the off stump and Fontaine flashed at it. Edge foul. Nice catch taken by wicketkeeper going to his right. Got both hands to it. Catch taken. Fontaine looks disappointed. The Windward Islands losing their fourth wicket. They're now 51-4. Yacino Fontaine coming back to the pavilion, caught behind of the bowling of Perico Henry, and he made 12. Thick outer edge of Yacino Fontaine's bat found and gave a chance to the wicketkeeper, and more than happy to take that opportunity. And the Windward Islands losing the fourth wicket. They're throwing it away right now. They're 51 for 4. One of their better batters back in the pavilion. And looks as if it's going to be Zach Summers, who is going to be going out to bat for the Windward Islands. And we've taken a refreshment break. And I'll take a short break as well from coverage. The peel and he's out like before. First delivery. So first delivery to Zach Summers, and it was pitched up to him, and he missed it. Ball hitting him on the pads in front of the stumps. Zach Summers almost walked for umpire Tremaine Prescott. Raised that index finger. He was struck on the back pad in front of the stumps, and Windward Islands losing their way. They lose their 5th wicket. They are now 51 for 5. Zach Thomas going first ball. So Perico Henry is on a hat trick. And the Windward Islands, they're sliding. They're 51 for 5 in over number 11. Zach Thomas going for a golden duck. First ball duck. Had a pitched up delivery and missed it completely. Struck on the pad in front of the stumps. And umpire Tremaine Prescott had no hesitation. He put that finger up right away. And means that Perico Henry will be bowling the hat-trick delivery. He has 2 slips in place. And a man at gully. Tyler Venner just backing away at that last minute. There was just a gust of wind that blew up some dust from in front of Tyler Venner. And he had the presence of mind to just back away as Perico Henry was coming in with an important delivery. The hat-trick ball, we call it. Here is the hat-trick ball, full toss, and he's striking him on the pad, but fired towards the leg stump there from Perico Henry. Not a very confident appeal. So it remains 51 for 5. And Tyler Venner coming in on that hat-trick delivery. Now face his second delivery. He's driving hard into the ground. That ball bounced high up in the air. And no run. Tyler Venner probably batting a lot quicker than he thought that he might have today. But with the Windward Islanders giving their hand away, throwing away their wickets, he's out there now. Perico Henry, who has 2 wickets for 7 runs now in his third over with his final delivery of his third over. And he's striking him on the pad and he's out leg before. He got one that was right up to him, kept a bit low. Tyler Venner was on the back foot, struck plumb in front of the stumps. Again, umpire Tremaine Prescott raises that index finger, and the Windward Islands, they're in deep trouble. They're now 51 for 6. Three wickets in the over for Perico Henry. First wicket was that of Yacino Fontaine, caught behind, flashing at one outside the off stump, and a good catch taken to his right with both gloves by the Jamaican captain and wicketkeeper Padre Nelson. Zach Thomas with a first ball duck, LBW, and then Tyler Venner getting one that caught him on the back foot. He knew that he was in trouble, and he's back in the pavilion, and the Windward Islands losing their way.
Out on the crease there, Denver.
Yep.
Venner. And he turned him right around. Windwards are in serious trouble. Needs a serious examination as to what is happening.
Certainly needs a serious examination as to what is happening with their batting.
Whether it is technical, whether it is the mindset, something. Mixed messages coming out. They got an abundance of talent. Then more, they're not short of talent. They're just missing something. Can't put my finger on it.
So Cody Fontenelle has come out to join Aiden Burton, who is still there. And we're going to see spin for the Jamaicans.
Number 66.
DeMarco Scott, who had that flurry at the end with the bat. His first delivery is hit away into the offside for a single.
Still have another two more games on this ground, right, Demo?
Yes, we have one on Monday.
Yeah. Next
Then
one on
on
Wednesday.
The third and fourth place playoff will be played here. First versus.
The reason why I said that to you, Denmo, wondering if we can bring in the water truck, because just right there by the umpires, that area seems to be very, very, very loose.
But we did speak to the grounds staff after the first game, and we asked them that area there when they're doing the pitch to also really put some serious water there. Because we saw, especially when the fast bowlers were running in that first encounter, the soil was really kicking up.
Yeah. I think they can be able to just get some grass then more, maybe even overnight, and just paddle up that area there. Place is real dry, so I'm not faulting them, but I'm just saying that you could just fix it slightly.
Wide called by umpire Donald Shackles. A lot of the action has taken place at the end where umpire Tremaine Prescott is located. 54 4-6 now, the Windward Islands.
Button trying to give himself some room, but there's lack of bounce there. So he'd be advised to look to trying to go square.
That's Fontenelle, the right-hander.
Sorry. Yeah, Denmo just corrected me. I was looking at the screen. Somebody's missed a boat.
We continuously have that struggle, Vernon. But it's Fontenelle facing up to DeMarco Scott. So just another run for the Windward Islands.
All the excitement seemed to have died down for a while until another wicket,
Certainly.
and then we'll get some cheers again.
Aiden Burton wants to. Littleton losing his cap in the process, but was able to keep the ball in front of him and limiting the batters to just a run. So a run to end the over. At the end of that over, the total has gone on to 56 for 6.
So 56 for 6 in 12 overs, Denmore. And we're talking about a total of 59 dot balls already, Denmore. And we are not even at the halfway stage of this game, or this innings. In the second innings, we just 12 overs. Somebody asked the wicketkeeper to just step up. One thing I can say to you, Denmore, the road outside of the Bethesda Sporting Complex is a very busy road.
Yep, always very busy. Eagles passing all the time.
Sometimes look like a raceway, if you're not sure.
When we were younger, it was. I remember in the younger days, in my youthful days up these sides, used to be some of the areas for illegal racing, as we would call it, away from the police, and they had a nice little straight here and around the corner from here. And folks used to take a chance, not so much anymore because we have that speedway now out at North Sound.
Forcing that one down to mid on, the fielder making a fumble of it and allowed an extra one, which should have been one.
This feeling in these matches have not been anything to write home about.
Yeah, the catching has been very poor.
Catching and the ground feeling. We have really seen too many fielders who have distinguished themselves that we can say that person is definitely a great fielder. We've seen flashes. Remember Fontaine when we see him out in the we saw him out in the field today. He looked a bright spark in terms of his feeling.
Lickerton is a live wire too, Denmore.
Took a good catch to get rid of the captain as well.
In terms of the captaincy, Denmore, the Barbados captain has been the best captain that I've seen so far. I don't know if you've seen Barbados yet.
Yes, saw them in
Yeah.
the very first game.
Yeah, he's been the best skipper so far that I have seen.
But when you look at the Barbados team, though, they look as if they have their whole thing worked out, almost as if this is something that they've been doing together for a period of time. They operate that way.
And even after round two, then more, round two, yeah, just about round two, almost everybody had played a game then more in the squad.
Yep.
While some other folks were thinking about not changing a winning team, and that's something that you've been talking about all the time, then more. How can you go to a tournament, you don't win the tournament, and some people don't play?
I can tell you that there was some thinking, and maybe I shouldn't tell you on the air, but I'll tell you afterwards. But there were some thinking going around in some of the setup that concerns me.
Oh boy.
Swan is down the leg side, called wide. There was an appeal from Captain Paje Nelson. He thought he heard something. Nothing there. Umpire Prescott signaled it a wide. So 61 for 6. We went over number 13.
I know that we have to pay serious attention then more as to what's happening to our under 19 level. If we don't get the best personnel around our team, from managers come down, we can't have people abusing the players because it's not helping West Indies cricket.
They're going to get a single, work this one down to Littleton, who's on that third man boundary. One more run to the Windward Islands, 55 for 6. Yes, you're hearing correctly, 55 for 6. If you just tuned in Dominica or St. Lucia, St. Vincent or Grenada, the Windward Islands, you would be wondering, what is that guy telling me there with the score? 51 for 6. Theo Edward made 7. Derwin Lewis didn't score. Jonathan Daniel made 18. And all of his runs came from boundaries. He hit 3 fours and a 6. He's 18. Essino Fontaine, 12. Aiden Burton is there, not out on 18. Zach Thomas didn't score. Tyler Venner didn't score. And Cody Fontenelle, who is there, is yet to score. So that's the scorecard so far for the Windward Islands, 57 for 6. Kevon Fleming, who is in today, bowling. Looks to be leg spin for the Jamaicans.
Very strong offside field, then we're including a slip, a long off, a cover, extra cover. I feel a backward point. The slip is pretty far, then more. Don't know if anything will, don't know if the ball will reach that far on this track.
Just trying to confirm. He shapes almost holds the ball like if he's going to be bowling leg spin, but the field is almost set for something different.
I thought he was bowling like an off spinner. He's maybe going to try and fool me. Here we go. That's gone. How far that has gone, then more?
It is gone for a boundary.
Mm.
Outside the leg stop, poor delivery, and Aiden Burton had the presence of mind to just swing that one away over that square leg region, 4 runs.
Let's watch him again, then more. Let's look at his action. Figure out, oh, he's going to get a wicket here. Oh.
If you just look at the way that he's breaking his
The
wrist,
yeah. Yeah, he pulled that one down.
pulled the one down, the one before too, that was hit away for 4.
Yeah. In the process, he bowled a wide to follow that up. He's thinking about it. That's much better.
When he slows things down, when he slows himself down a little bit, looks as if he concentrates a little bit more, he bowls a better delivery.
This week, I get the impression that the quicker delivery is what he wants to bowl, as he considered to be a flipper, more or less. Down the onside again, another one again.
Once more.
He has to keep it simple. He's complicating the whole thing. Just got to bowl to his field. I think he woke up this morning, Denmore, and he deciding that he's going to get a man caught down at the backward square. So that's the line that he's going to bowl. Can't afford to give away runs. No ball now. It's all happening here.
So he's having a lot of problems. There's a free hit opportunity now for Aiden Burton.
Jamaica's gone flat. They don't have that same sort of energy. Now is when Fleming needs that support. As well bowled.
For the ball again, beating the fielder out there on the boundary. Running under him and into the boundary for 4. So what looked to should have just been a single ended up being 4. The poor fielding continues.
Yeah. And a lot of people like to use some excuses. Then more and talk about the ground. There's something called watching the ball. It doesn't matter where you field, you can get the best outfield and you still make the same mistake. They all apply. Somebody asks number 76 to tie his laces because he's going onto the field and he hasn't even picked up that his laces is not. He's just going.
That's the century maker in Gordon Jr.
Oh, so he now decides to tie them.
Tyson Gordon Jr. As if he was off the field.
Yeah, maybe I saw the physic giving him some treatment, so I think he's got the all clear now to go.
And this is what I was talking about earlier in the sense of the Windward Islands needing to just be patient and bat sensibly, because I feel from what I've seen that the Jamaican spinners are not as effective as their fast bowling. So opportunities would come. But if you're in the pavilion watching, you can't help your team anymore.
Marcus Scott continuing.
And I remember Dave Joseph saying that sometimes he asks his better batters, where would you prefer to watch a century? From the pavilion or in the middle? And it makes sense. He said if you're watching it from in the pavilion, it's not you.
Burton, is he the last hope for the Windward Islands attack here?
Certainly is.
Clubbers this one down to long on. They should have got 2 runs there then more. The running has just been pathetic. And then poor feeling again here by the Jamaicans.
Today has not been very good. And the running between the wicket with both teams have been really pathetic. As you say, it's not been a good sight today at all.
Jamaica needs to regroup and they clinically need to finish this and finish it strong. Flicked away down to that wide mid-wicket area. Almost a different game than more when Burton is batting.
because he's trying to take his time about things. He's just working those, looking for those singles and applying himself. It's something that we've said that needed to be done.
Can he find somebody to stay with him? That's the big question.
Fontenelle has potential and the temperament to hang around, but again, he too, after being there for a little while, tends to just lose his cool and give his hand away. If you're wondering what is happening in some of the other games, Leeward Islands lost an early wicket. Tanis Francis making 5. Was caught off the bowling of Ram.
Ram is a good cricketer, Denmore.
Yep, Leeward Islands currently in over number 11. They're 41 for 2. Wright Brown and Tanis Francis out. Kunal Tulakani, he's not out on 23. And Jacob Nathanez is not out on 8 in that encounter. 43 for 2, the Leeward Islands. The Barbados team was having a little bit of a time against the Trinidad and Tobago team, but they've settled slightly. They're now 103 for 4.
Got some Boyens still batting?
After being 88 for 4. No, Seth Smith and Justin Paris.
Yeah, Justin Paris is a good cricketer. Seth Smith is a wicketkeeper.
Yep.
But Justin Paris is a good all-round cricketer as well too. Bow some wrist spin and he bats late down. He can take the game away from you.
He's there. Barbados 103 for 4. Wiggins making 7. Bowen's only getting 1 run today. 37 for Jordan Graham, who I think is Barbados' best batter. Just has not gotten the 3 figures yet, but I think that he is the class player in the Barbados team. Judging from what I would have seen. Kimar Dixon making 23. So those are the 4 batters out.
Is Hines playing Denmore?
Zahid
Hines
Hines is still to come.
Yeah, he's a terror house.
Yeah, we saw him. Yeah.
He can just take the game away from you.
He can come in and really make a big difference. So they need 33 more runs to win the Barbados team. 6 wickets in hand in that one.
They're certainly on the way to the final, Denmore, so I don't think seeing anybody stopping them. I think all of the other teams are playing for second place.
Yep, I think so.
And the Leewards really need to win this one. They can't drop points. If the Leewards drop points today, it's going to give another team an opportunity to maybe sneak into the final.
Yep, and I think the Jamaicans would want to win here, win well, and hope the Leewards lose so they can sneak into the finals. We have also the West Indies have a select 11.
Don't talk about that.
Made up of mostly Trinidad and Tobago players. They're playing against Pakistan.
What's the score?
Pakistan batting 172 for 2 in that one.
Almost like beating up practice. Even though we know it's supposed to be a practice game. Here at the Bethesda Sporting Complex, 81 for 6. And the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 Championship. Jamaica looking to really put a dent into the Windward Islands Under 19 team, who have certainly not performed at all.
We have a nice little partnership going here, though, the Windward Islands. 30 runs between these two, because the 6th wicket went down at the score 51. So Aidan Burton and Cody Fontenelle.
One thing I can say to you, Denmore, the Jamaican Under 19 fielders have committed themselves, put their bodies on the line more than the Windward Islands under 19 players in the field, especially the ground feeling on a whole,
Certainly.
except for that one spill, easy drop chance. They've woken up. Yeah, he keeps tugging that ball. He's got a strong bottom hand, then more the ball keeps going down into that area all the time.
That's how he plays. Doesn't play a lot with that top hand. He sort of just
Hugs the ball.
tugs it,
Yeah,
plays it almost with a horizontal bat.
yeah.
Does Aiden Burton.
Look at that. Look at that one. Look at that racetrack, Benmore.
When you look at these bowlers, then you sort of ask yourself the question: had the top order of the Windward Islands hung around, could have been a different situation. 83 for 6 at the end of 17.
I know you're a school teacher, right? And I like how you use that word had.
It's about the opinion that and maybe it's because of the lack of I don't know people that are with them. But I think that with the games being streamed, some of these coaches and others need to look over at some of the games, especially for the team that they're coming up against next, and see how things go and sort of talk that into the players' head as a part of the planning strategy.
But I'll go. Oh boy, jeez. I'll go one step further. I'll go one step further, Benmore. The the coaches have been here for some time, and you would have maybe thought that the coaches could have got together in terms of a forum to identify just some of the stuff that you were talking about, Benmore. Even though it's a championship, you know, just to share thoughts. It's just like when you were in charge of the refereeing. You always had a conversation.
That's a beautiful shot driven by Cody Fontenelle through the offside for 4. Got to the pitch of that one and drove it all along the ground. That was a good looking shot.
You see, you leading as a cricket coach, and you see that Denmore, the head position and the stride. He got close to the ball, and the presentation of the bat was excellent from Fonteville. Didn't try to overhit it. Just use the pace.
Gets a wide delivery outside the off stump. And that is what that shot did for Fontenelle, is that because he played that shot before so well, Kevon Fleming is now just trying to push it a little bit wider. Trying to be a little bit fancy, playing it away in the air into that square leg region.
When he could have got and done the conventional way, Denmore, get back deep into his crease and punch the ball down the ground. I don't mind him getting fancy, Denmore, but I'm just saying that continue to play the conventional shots because you're going square. You want to look up the V. There are only 2 fielders up the V.
Swinging and stifled appeal, not out.
Your head moves when you're trying to hit the ball square. Same thing happening here with Burton. Burton looking to try to hit the ball over square leg. Just follow the line of the ball.
Gets a good delivery. I heard you, Springer, about the what you were saying there at the end of the over. 18 gone, 90 for 6, when you were talking about coaches having a forum. But again, you have to ask the question: are the coaches on the same page? Are they? What is the objective of them being here? Are they here for a development process, or are they here to win? And if the latter is the situation, you're not going to find that they're going to be speaking to each other about strengths and weaknesses that they have seen, because they would be saying to myself, you know what, I just want to capitalize on whatever I have seen.
Well, next year is a World Cup here, right? Then next year is on the 19th. Next year is a World Cup here. Some of these players, Denmark, who are playing in this competition will not be eligible for selection. So would it not be wise, Denmark, to begin to hear from the West Indies coaching staff? And that's what I was talking about, the coaching forum, in terms of what they're looking for in the build-up for the next World Cup, because I'm sure they're going to pick players from here out of the camp.
But I'm suggesting to you, Springer, that that forum should have come before, even before this tournament, so that in some of the selections that would have been made, that some of the teams would know what is it that they're looking for. So maybe some of those players who are not going to be eligible would not necessarily, especially if they're not outstanding, would not necessarily be featured at this stage, and where you'd be looking to feature some of the upcoming players who would definitely be eligible for the next tournament, the next World Cup.
Now you mentioned you notice that you mentioned Denmark that some people have come to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can come to win and you can win, and then the next year you can't find anybody.
And I agree with you. And so that is why I'm saying that at the start we need to know what the objectives are. Because see like this year, for me, with no tournament, no World Cup, no anything, apart from bragging rights, what is the winner going to really achieve?
Oh,
Another bit of poor feeling
yeah.
out there in the deep by the Jamaicans, just allowing one to run past him very casually.
The fundamentals, getting your body behind the line
Yeah,
of the ball. Look at him,
it's
Denmark.
like Nikolai McKenzie out there. And
Casually coming across. Just look at that. Gotta watch the ball. Just came across, lackadaisical. I know he would have to be paying a small fine later to Robert Samuels. 95 for 6, 19 overs bowled. Feeling. We see it at the senior level, then more. We're seeing it at the junior level. Youngsters just don't enjoy feeling at all.
yeah, but if you don't enjoy feeling, you don't enjoy cricket.
Yeah,
That is a part of what the game calls for.
I told a lot of those youngsters for the Leeward Islands team, if I was coaching this time, then more, half of them couldn't make my team.
Here's an opportunity for a run out, and
Oh, jeez.
not a very good throw
Oh, jeez. Let's get the
on
ball to the
this
bowler.
occasion.
Why are you going to the stump? Just get the ball right into the hands
And
of the
again,
bowler.
remember I said it earlier that the coach said that is not good feeling that runs people out. It's good throws. And had that been a good throw, would have certainly been a run out.
Just get the ball right over to the bowler. That's it. Can't be looking for glory.
Had that player understood that it just needed a good throw and not just a good feeling or something spectacular, then definitely we would have had the seventh wicket going down.
Everybody wants to make the highlights, but it's not everybody will make the highlights then more.
Yeah, but and that is what it is. It's all about the highlights reel.
Jeez. There seems to be no communication then more. There seems to be a situation, it's just like a hit and run. When they hit the ball, everybody just takes off. There's no yes, no, wait, nothing. We just run.
That one is hammered over the top, 6 runs. Full toss and really put away by Cody Fontenelle. So he's not going to have it at a full toss, and he gave it the full treatment. Really had a good swing of the bat, and it carried high over that long off region for a maximum 6 runs.
I think the ball might be lost.
Really struck it hard and far.
Oh, they found it back.
Yeah, I think there were some children up there who was just trying to retrieve the ball.
Shekels having a look at it. Don't think he'll be that damaged. No damage on the ball, so we're good. Looking at our good friend, Mr. Bertil Baltimore, decked out into his suit.
He's been well dressed all tournament. Bertel Baltimore.
I think they got a competition as to who will be the best match referee. Over number 20 coming up. We're getting close to the halfway mark. And all the excitement for the first 6 wickets seem to have been dying down for a period of time.
Yep, and as simple as that, a 50 partnership has come up for the Windward Islands. Look at it, they need 149 runs, and they still have more balls than runs needed. So again, it speaks to had application taken place, they would have been in a much better position. The run rate is above the required. The number of runs needed is still below the number of balls that they still have to face. So it's one of those situations.
So they need 149 balls with 180 deliveries to go. I think we have a game on here if these two can bat as deep as possible. It's going to be very important that they maybe bat session by session.
Yeah, I think what these two needs to recognize that they would have put on a 50 partnership almost unnoticed. They didn't do anything particularly spectacular, but just wait for the bad deliveries and put them away, and continue to get the singles. They've been also aided by some poor feelings by the Jamaicans. So still a game on.
Just like to see the dugout of the Windward Islands team being a lot more supportive. Yeah, you know, sometimes
I'm happy you weren't here the other day when the Leeward Islands were playing.
there was no support at all.
It was absolutely silent.
And your teammates need to hear you. You know,
There was a period when the Leeward Islands lost some quick wickets, and it was an absolute silent place over there. I remember co-commentator Dave Joseph calling Mosai Thomas and saying to him off camera that you need to get the guys still supporting the team, because they had all gone into a shell in absolute silence.
well, this is how we support Denmark. When you hit a 6 and when you hit a 4.
As compared to when Guyana was playing here. Guyana played against the Jamaicans, but when the Guyanese were batting, they cheered every one of the 236 runs I think that they made in that game. Everyone was cheered with loud clapping.
Okay.
Absolute difference in terms of the way that both teams supported each other. End of another over, 21 overs gone, 106 for 6. You're seeing the Windward's batting card so far. What does somebody like an Essina Fontaine do coming to this tournament with a lot of expectation?
It's way below par.
And he's been way below par. How
He's
does
just-
he get himself out of a negative mindset? How does he get himself out of the rut?
He's just not turned up yet. Let's hope that he does sooner rather than later. Left armer comes on now, Denmore.
Yep. Just trying to identify him. Looks like if it's
Elliott. Should be Elliott.
Yep. The number 44, Alexandria Elliott.
Coming up close to a break, Denmore. These two will have to keep concentrating.
Breaks always bring opportunity for change. Thought they could have ran a lot better there. They were a little bit guilty of ball watching, not sprinting through for the runs.
That's the norm of the game, Denmore.
Should have been 3 there
Then-
on that occasion.
And then when things get tight, Denmore, that's when everybody begins to panic. When you could have been able to be walking through.
Flash and a miss outside the line of the off stump to end the over from Cody Continental to Alexandria Elliott's bowling. Just the 2 runs that went down to the final leg region from that over, 108 for 6. Burton is 36. Fontenelle is on 22. So Kevin Joseph, Elwan Glasgow, Nathaniel Joseph, they're still in the pavilion to come. And Aidan Burton continues to drag that ball with that bottom hand down into that long on region. Plays with a horizontal bat, but he's been effective so far. It's on to 37. I'm just looking at the Windward's batting and looking at somebody like Zach Thomas. You got a duck against the Leeward Islands. Yeah, the duck again here today. This one is chipped up in the air. Will it carry? No, just falling short of that man out that long on region.
I think we have a break here now, Denmore.
Yeah, we're gonna have a drinks break, and The end of it, the Windward Islands are currently 110 for 6 after 23 overs. We're going to take a Dasani water drinks break. The way back and first delivery after the refreshment break is a single. Cody Fontenelle going into a full-blooded drive, getting it scrape the wicket. Gets another run, the 110th run for 111th run for the Windward Islands. 111 for 6. There are 51 for 6. So this partnership continues to flourish for the Windward Islands. They get another run from the wide. Aiden Burton again, just trying to drag with that bottom hand. Doesn't tend to come forward and play with that top hand at all. Joel Wilson trying to find Joel Williams trying to find some shade down on the long off region. It's been a hot day.
He's playing the wrong sport.
A bit of a mix up here. Both players ending up in the same crease, and it's going to be a tragic run out here for the Windward Islands. The
So who wants it?
so run out made by the Jamaicans after they were at that end.
So Burton's got run out.
Yeah, because
Fronterville run past him.
but I think Burton is the one that played the ball, and he came down for one, but he took off going back for a second, and Fontenelle
Once he
turned back and went
so he
back
passed
into
him.
his crease.
That's it.
So Burton is the one that is tragically run out here.
And again, Denmore, I was talking about before the break, and now we see that the wicket has fell right after the break.
So there you saw Fontenelle back in his crease, and the bails eventually taken off at the end there by the Jamaicans. And so Burton looking very disappointed with himself. But I don't think that the second one was ever on, because the field out in the deep got onto that one very quickly. But he had committed himself that he was going to come back for a second run. And Cody Fontenelle didn't run the first one as sharply as did Burton. And they had a terrible mix up in the end. And Aiden Burton run out for 38, I think it might be. We'll
Should be
check and
38.
see. Should be 38.
The score is 112. Yes, we could maybe say that's the last hope. Denmore.
Certainly, Cody Fontenelle getting another run here as he's joined by Kevin Joseph.
Let's go into the scores then more for the Windward Islands. First game against the Leeward Islands, they got bowled out for 125 in 29 overs. Second game against Barbados, they made 278
well,
for
the
7.
first game was against Barbados.
No, well, I'm just going to my notes.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't mean in that correct order.
Okay.
I was just giving
Mhm.
my analysis. Sorry about that, Denmore. And then, but twice they've batted 50 overs, Denmore, against Barbados,
Mhm.
and 183 for 9 in 50 overs. That would have been against Trinidad.
So
So it's not that they don't have the capability of batting 50 over. Something is missing.
something is missing. You are correct.
Because even though Barbados would have scored nearly close to 400 runs,
Here's another mix-up.
Trouble again.
Out.
Trouble again.
This time it's Kevin Joseph. The ball struck straight to a fielder at that backward point position. And I don't know where he was running going. He took off and couldn't get back. And the Windward Islands, they're losing their way. 2 runouts in tragic circumstances. They're now 113 for 8.
It's got to be Chris in his Denmore. 2 wickets right after the break. There's no communication. Nobody is saying anything, Denmore. There are 3 fundamental things that happens, Denmore. Yes, no, wait. You know that. You've been taught that at an early age. Look at him, Denmore. He takes off, right? Just hits the ball and takes off. Just hit it and just take off.
Yep.
I think they have a plane to catch. Inter Caribbean is leaving Denmore by 6 o'clock.
It's leaving on Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, not for
Thursday.
not for the Windward Islands on the 19th. They're leaving today.
They're definitely scheduled to leave next Thursday. So they still have to really get a hold of themselves. I think that the Windward's camp will need to definitely have a little sit-down meeting after this one and just talk it through, because they will want to end the tournament on a high note if they're going to really continue in this tournament. They're not playing very well at this time. The communication is at an all-time low, and it's not really good cricket being seen right now, being played by the Windward Islands.
To be honest with you, Denmore, boy, sometimes I wonder if meetings work. I don't even know if meetings will work right now. The the I would say the energy in the camp is real low.
Yep, the energy would be real low, especially with those last two runouts. They were.
And losing is a disease. I can tell you that, Denmore.
It is.
113 for 8. Jamaica looking to wrap this up closely. They brought back their fast bowler. Is that Rivera?
That's Perico Henry.
Oh, Henry comes back.
He's,
Well, he be looking to. He's got 3 already, right?
Yep.
All right. So he want to maybe.
He wants a fifer.
He wants a fifer. He can get a fifer here. If he,
Yeah, he can wrap up the tail.
if he certainly bowls them full and fast, somebody's in trouble. Oh gosh, that's gone.
He pitched that one up to Cody Fontenelle, and he's decided he's having none of it. So he's hit that one high and hard over.
So I'm going to give you a shot. Just look to your left now. No energy level. Everybody's packing up to like go home.
Still want to be supporting your player.
Just passing in front of us. Good talent.
Very good talent.
We need some teachers. We need some teachers then more. We need to hire you then more. We need some teachers around the game to teach these youngsters the game. Oh gosh.
Fontenelle goes again. This time over mid-wicket for 6 again. Pulled down by Perico Henry and given the treatment.
That is a good cricket shot then more. He's got to be one of the best shots in the day.
Definitely looking for that one, and it was pulled down into the pitch by Perico Henry. And
lack of pace then more on this track.
Yep, and I think Fontenelle was looking for that because having driven the one before, he expected.
He knows he's going to get a shot ball.
He's going to give him a shot ball.
So let me see how he's going to respond now. Then more, 125 for 8. It's got to be a fast and furious Yorker. Can't bowl anything else.
Should just look to drop this one and take off for a single. Slower delivery down the leg side, and they're gonna get a wide and an additional because again the wicket keeper Paji Nelson not skipping, not being able to gather it in, and 2 more runs to the Windward Islands total.
No, Nathan Joseph didn't have a good day in the field anymore. Can he have a good day with the bat?
Nathaniel Joseph, and well, we heard the coach shouting out to Fontenelle that Nathaniel can bat. Let's see what he does. Here is he getting one. How is that? Is the appeal from Williams all the way down, but that one clearly down the leg side. But that was a quicker delivery from Perico Henry. The type of pace you want to be bowling to tail-ender facing his first delivery. But you have to line it up as well. You got to get it in the right areas. Ball him! He's giving him fast, full delivery. And Nathaniel Joseph's miserable day continue. Misses it. Crashed into his middle stump. And 127 for 9. That's the end of Nathaniel Joseph. Ball without scoring. And Perico Henry gets his 4th wicket. Yeah, just knocking that middle stump back.
So the poles are shattered. Last batsman goes out for the Windward Islands.
Glasgow.
Is there still hope? Denmore might have to tell me. Pastor Denmore might have to tell me that. Moy's Church. They need grace.
They would probably need somebody named Job.
Well, we've seen stranger things in cricket then.
We have. Cricket is still a game of glorious uncertainty. So until that final wicket is had, the game is still very much alive. But again, it has not been a good showing with the bat by the Windward Islands. I think they definitely need a lot more from their top order.
They're a much better team than this. That's all I know.
They are.
And something is wrong. There needs to be a personal investigation, and somebody has to be held accountable. You know, just fathoms me. Can't get this worked out at all.
Leeward Islands in trouble in their game against Guyana. 84 for 5.
Oh my. Is Tilakani still there?
I'll tell you in a minute. I actually just flipped off of that as we speak.
Red.
L1 Glasgow plays one down to third man, but it's the final delivery of Perico Henry's over. And so Cody Fontenelle just raises his arm, says, no, I'll take strike from here. It remains 127 for 9 at the end of over number 25. So for the Leeward Islands scorecard, Tilokani made 37, Tanes Francis 5, Light Brown 3, Jacquan Athenes 22, and Matthew Miller failing again, making 9. So LaShawn Bergen and Rondre Daniel are the two at the crease for the Leeward Islands.
Don't worry. Those two have batted well so far. Bergen has shown some potential then more.
He did look good in the last game.
And Rondre Daniel is really not. Rondre Daniel is a promising cricketer. You said Jeton Edwards was already in that 5?
No, Jeton is still to come.
Oh, okay.
This one is swung away by Cody Fontenelle. Gets into the 40s. He's on to 41 with that boundary.
Yeah. So I think he's going down fighting then more. First of all, he should be thinking about a half century. Don't think it'll be enough for him, but if he gets a 50-60 not out here, he's in the conversation.
Certainly will be. The Barbados team, they've defeated Trinidad and Tobago in that match. Got to 142 for 4 in 31.1 overs.
Yeah. They're into the final.
So they're into the finals.
With 1 round to go.
Yep.
As Denmore said, it's almost like clockwise when you look at the Barbados under-19 team. Just the way they go about their business.
Your friend Seth Smith, this one is hammered away over mid-wicket, 6 more runs. So Cody Fontenelle is continuing to enjoy himself, continue to have a rear guard action. He rushes on to 47, 138 for 9.
I couldn't understand here, Denmore, why the spinner was bowling that fast. He almost turned into a pace bowler. We might as well bring Williams onto the attack.
Might as well.
Just
Seth Smith ended up not out on 40 for the Barbados team.
He missed out.
And Justin Paris got 27 not out in that one. So
got a lot of time for Justin Paris.
Barbados 142 for 4.
Only Barbados can beat themselves then more. Sorry to say that, my brother.
So you're fully up to date. This one is swung away, up in the air. Getting on the it is Williams. Will he take the catch?
Good catch.
Drop.
Good catch.
He takes it in the end.
Good catch.
He got both hands up. It looked as if it was going to drop. And then he just reacted with that right hand.
Good catch.
And he took a good catch in the end.
But I says,
end things.
But I say something to you then more. Everybody in the Jamaican dressing room was weighted with gas breath. Even the coach Robert Samuel.
And they all thought he was going to drop it. Didn't Nobody thought he was going to take it. He didn't think he was going to take it. It actually fell from his grasp, but he was able to react and the ball stuck in his outstretched right palm, very broad. That's the end of the match. Jamaica winning by 114 runs over the Windward Islands.
Now you see, we're talking about game awareness then more. Fonterville should have been thinking about the objective here is to get your half century. That's what you got to be thinking about. Almost with game awareness. I want to ask Coach Robert Samuel if he had a bet on that young man taking the catch because he seemed very
He
nervous.
didn't look confident at all. We looked in the Jamaican dressing room and everybody was
Joe,
holding their head when he had that when he was settling onto that. And if we just saw it again, he took off in speed after he was able to grab on to that one. End of the match there, the Jamaica under 19 and Windward's under 19. Jamaica winning by 114 runs.
yeah, we had a good day, man, and we got to thank Billy Joe and his entire team for really working hard with us to be able to execute today. And Ben Moore, almost like the mayor of Bethesda, you've been placed here.
Yeah,
My first, well, I'll be with you for the rest of the series, then, Moore. I've been thrown out here with you.
Well, Springer, we're always happy to have you with us. And of course, we're hoping that we will have some very good matches being played here. We've seen very good batting at times on this ground. And it seems as if the teams that are chasing on this ground have all struggled. And that's something that captains look at. I know that this morning the Jamaican captain was absolutely delighted when he called correct and won the toss. And you could see the disappointment on the Windward Islands captain face when he recognized that he would have lost the toss, and because he knew that once the Jamaicans won the toss, they were going to bat, and the Jamaicans batting all of their 50 overs didn't make a big score, only 252 runs, but they were disciplined enough in the outfield and were able to restrict the Windward Islands team for a very short while. We're trying to see if we can get the Jamaican coach in Robert Samuels to just come and maybe just have a little chat with us about how he's feeling and about how things are going. And we're hoping that, we can just have a very short chat with us. Coach Samuels, good to see how you feeling about this victory today over the Windward Islands.
Um, good to hear you. Good to be sitting here talking to you. Hello, listeners. We started this competition losing to Leeward Islands, and we lost badly. We lost by 100+ runs. Leeward Islands played a very good game. They got batting points, bowling points. They got fast bowling points. They ticked every box that is necessary to win a game and get bonus points. Since then, we have won 3 on the chart. And I'm also hearing that Leeward Islands is under a little bit of pressure there.
They
So
are under the pressure against Guyana.
Guyana,
Yeah.
who started this round behind the 8 ball a little bit too. So I am happy with this victory, but it has been 3 on the chart. So I'm happy the way the boys are playing. We have brought it together. We have brought it together, and we are finding different ways of winning games. Last time we were 100 runs for 7 wickets down. We got to 200+, and then we beat Trinidad by a significant amount, and then we win today again by 100 odd runs.
The last time you were here,
Yes,
your opening
yeah,
stance
yes,
was a
100,
double
a
century.
double century,
Today they put on 100.
100. Yes.
What are you saying into the ears of Binns and Gordon Jr.
What I
to get them to be understanding what role they have to play in this
I
game?
do keep cricket very simple, and it is just go out there and we are looking to bat 50 overs. Once we bat 50 overs, we're going to get 200 runs plus. Doesn't matter whether we have 40 runs in the power play or 80 runs in the first power play. Once we have wickets in hand, we will make up later on. Today there was a little bit of ebb, a little bit of flow, We got 50 runs in the first power play. In the middle, we struggled a bit, but towards the back end in the last 10, I think we got about 70 to 80 runs and took us to 250, giving us a bonus batting point. So it's just to keep it simple. Tell them to go out there, bat long, stay there, wickets in hand. We will catch up. Don't worry about anything. Just go out there and showcase your skill set to the Caribbean so they can see that you can play cricket.
Your fans who are listening to you in Jamaica, what can they expect of this team for the balance of the tournament?
Well, I'm not asking them to expect anything. What we're trying to do is to continue to play good cricket, continue to grow, continue to rack up points. We're playing against a team in the next round that is playing exceptional cricket. So that is going to be a test going into the last round. So just know that we are here trying our very best to play good cricket. The boys are bowling well, they're batting well. Still not 100% in the field, but we are where we want to be at this time in this competition.
Coach, thank you so much for speaking with us. And we want to wish you all the best as you continue in this tournament.
I thank you, sir.
All right. So there we had a little chat with Coach Robert Samuel, and we're hoping that we can get the coach for the Windward Islands to come in and have a little chat with us. Coach, you're in with us, and your team is in a little bit of a spot of bother. You're struggling a little bit. Talk us about how you're feeling right now, and what are you going to do to maybe change the fortunes around a little bit.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's obviously a disappointing season so far. 4 games and going down, 4 losses. I think it's just a matter of keeping the guys motivated. Obviously, it's a bit of a learning process as we go along. Not making any excuses. I think we have not seized the opportunities when we were in good positions, and I think that has cost us. So it's a matter of being aware of the situation awareness as much as possible in the remaining games.
Talent seems not to be your problem. How do you get somebody like your captain, Theo Edwards, and maybe Sino Fontaine, and some of the others that you're expecting to perform to maybe just settle down a little bit more, think about it a little bit more, and become a part of and really live up to their true potential?
I think it's just a mindset and the willingness to spend some time at the crease. Obviously, if you look at the mode of dismissals, a bit soft if you've been honest. I think it's a matter of these guys they have played at this level for a number of seasons, so it's a matter of having a mindset that hey, I need to spend some time. If I am one of the better batters, I need my contribution is valuable towards the team success. So I need to spend some time in the wicket.
One round of matches to go in terms of the preliminary stage. How do you motivate your players? How do you pick them back up for that final encounter?
Yeah, I think the message remains the same. We have to have energy throughout 100 overs, which we have not been doing. And I think we need to set up, these situations where we seem to be par and par with the other teams, and we are not capitalizing. So I think the message remains the same. It's just a matter of executing better in different stages of the game.
What do you say to the folks in the Windward Islands who are listening now and might be feeling a little bit disappointed? How do we keep them, getting a positive attitude towards the team? They would have been disappointed with the team playing four, losing four. How do we motivate them to stay up and still support this team at this stage?
I think it's a matter of rallying behind the guys still. They're a very young bunch. If you look at the composition of our team, we have
And
we
so
have
folks who are coming from the under 15.
yeah, we have
Yep.
nine guys who are playing at that level for the first time, and of course, very young, very inexperienced. They would need some time, definitely. We have to support no matter the results. We have to keep rallying behind these boys because these boys are going to go back home and they need the guidance. They need the preparation. They need the support. The support system is very important for these guys. Obviously, it's mentally it's going to be draining. It's going to be disappointing. But as we know, Islanders, as parents, as guardians, we have to stick behind these boys. We asking them to do a hell of a lot of things. A hell of a lot of job coming here. So we cannot let them down now. We have to look at the structure. We have to look at what is happening prior to them going in these tournaments, and how best we can prepare them. Obviously, we are not short of talent, but the mental aspect of our game, needs a look in. How do we prepare these guys mentally for this cricket? This cricket is tough. This is playing cricket against the best of the islands, and obviously the talent pool is evident. So there's work to be done. So we don't want to give up on these boys. They're young. They would need time.
Coach Eugene, we want to just thank you so much for speaking with us, and we wish you all the best in as you close out this preliminary stage. You have two more matches to go in this tournament, one in the preliminary, and then the matches towards the end. And we just wish you well in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank
And
you.
thank you so much for coming alongside us. And today you heard it from both the Windward Islands and the Jamaica coaching setup. We're just going to wrap things up here. We just want you to know that in this encounter, the Windward Islands, they lost against the Jamaica. The Jamaica winning the toss and batting this morning, 252 for 3, and bowling out the Windward Islands for 139, which means that the Jamaicans won by 114 runs. We'll be back here from 9:50 a.m. on Monday for the fifth and final round of the preliminary stage of the CWI Rising Star Under 19 tournament here in Bethesda, and we'll tell you what is the match that you are to expect on that day when we come back on Monday right here at the Bethesda playing field. We will see the final round of matches being played, and matches are being played now at Pickett's, Liberta, and at Bethesda. And so on Monday here, it's going to be we'll have Jamaica versus the Barbados team. And that's going to be an important game because the Jamaicans are hoping that they can get into the finals, and they would want a good performance against the Barbados team. Barbados, no doubt, would want to end on a high. Leewards will play Trinidad and Tobago at Liberta, and Windwards, they go over to Pickett's and hoping for a difference in their fortunes when they play Guyana. Ferdinand Springer, you're back alongside me as we look to wrap things up for today. Your thoughts, your overall thoughts, and then you can just close us out.
Well, Denmark, thanks very much for working with you in round 4 of this important championship. We saw Jamaica under 19. We heard it from Robert Summers. There's been a complete turnaround. When you saw them the first game, Denmark, you'd say, wow. And as he said, it's a work in progress. It brings me also, Denmark, to begin to also feel that maybe we could have 2 rounds of this competition in a World Cup year. Let me repeat. In a World Cup year where you're looking for your best cricketers, Denmark, could be something that we could maybe strategize and look at. The next round, this is just how I feel, Denmark. Everybody should get an opportunity to play at the Survivor Stadium. I know we'll be playing for CPL and XYZ, but I'm saying the next round, whenever we may be having this competition in a World Cup year, it'd be nice to have 1 round in the day, and teams get a chance also to play on the lights.
Yep.
Yes, so they can be able to get a feel rather than not just get into a West Indies team and then beginning to hold stuff. The other aspect is a lot of these cricketers, the mindset, as you heard there from the Windward Islands coach, John Eugene, has to change. And you can look at the body language of some of the under 19 Windward Island players, and you can see that it's almost, I don't want to say they're tired, but they don't look focused, and losing could become a disease. But if you had 2 rounds, then maybe you can fall apart in 3 rounds and be able to catch yourself up in the process. But that will have to come from a major sponsor, then more. We under 19 has not had a sponsor in a very long time. You came during a time, in fact, I coached during a time then more when we had Northern Telecom sponsoring that tournament.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And that was like
We had a
Years ago there, so we have not had anything since that. We had Type Cement sponsoring the under 15 tournament. We had so many other persons coming forward. So I think in order for us to go forward, there has to be a complete mindset. But I'm worried then more because this is the next step up to the franchise level. And if what I'm seeing here at the 50 over, we haven't talked about red ball cricket yet. But if you can concentrate here then more for 50 overs, what's going to happen going forward? So, hey, Denmore, let's hope that the next two rounds we'll get some exciting stuff. We had 100 today, Denmore.
We did.
So which really was important.
Yep.
The only thing was missing, and a couple of half centuries, is that we didn't have anybody who picked up a 5-wicket all.
Yeah, Tyson Gordon Jr.
Yeah.
Had 100 not out, and maybe too him batting all 50 overs, or being at the crease for all 50 overs is a good thing, which shows that he was able to get in and stay in, and carry his bat. We also saw DeMarco Scott, who I thought had a good knock towards the end there. Came in and
Scott kind of reminds me of a Jahidi Hines. They come later down into the order and they can be able to just take the game away from you.
They can change
Yeah. So far then more quietly, we've seen in this tournament they have a lot of all-rounders. We're not seeing is the Taylor Edwards and company at the top of the order who have been coming with so much hype to be able to go on and get good scores. So
yeah, and I think there is Graham who plays for Barbados.
Yeah, you said
He
you like
needs
to
a
see him.
score. He needs
Yeah.
a score.
Yeah.
I like to see him, but he definitely needs to, go all the way and get amongst the hundreds.
So then more, your time to wrap up. I really want to thank
So we
Billy
just
Joe.
want to say thank you very much to all the folks who make us sound good, our camera crew. Thank you very much to Vernon Springer. And so my name is Denmore Robert saying thank you very much for staying tuned to us. Jamaica versus Windward at the under 19 level. Jamaica winning today by 114 runs. Do join us again on Monday for more coverage of the CWI Rising Star under 19 50 overs tournament. Until then, it's goodbye from Bethesda.